All right, folks, we're now live streaming here with you online on all of our platforms here. We have got severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible tag, possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds, along with our line of storms that is diving to the south and east here. It includes Champaign County, Piatt, Macon, DeWitt, McLean, Ford, Livingston. Logan County is with an intense squall line that is moving here to the southeast. So we're still in the middle of our 6 o'clock newscast here for about another 6 or 7 minutes or so, but we did want to jump on here, get on the live stream, and kind of tell you guys about what's going on. Essentially, we've had some tornadoes here to the north and still ongoing cells up there north of Kankakee. You can say, another kind of defined little discrete supercell where there is that tornado warning. But look how large of an area that we've got with severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And they are issuing these far out in advance for a few reasons. Number one, they are moving so fast, moving at about 55, 60 miles an hour. Just got a report at, I believe, at the Central Illinois Airport, 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts that occurred as that came through at the airport there, at the Central Illinois Airport in Bloomington. So that is going to be one of the reports just coming into us here as this line, again, is racing to the east and to the southeast, where, again, you could have some embedded circulations. You might have, we're going to watch and have to see if there's a little circulation that could spin up to have a tornado. But right now, this is looking to be more of that squall line wind damage threat from what we're kind of seeing here. Severe thunderstorm warning if you are in Farmer City, batten down the hatches. It's coming at you. Clinton, Weldon, Maroa, Gibson City. And this thing's going to be on top of you before you know it. Champaign, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Whiteheath to Monticello. So, folks, we're watching this, and then we're also watching kind of the back end of this. It's coming into the Sangamon County area, Springfield. We'll just have to watch and kind of look really carefully and examine exactly what's going on kind of on the leading edges there to see if there are any circulations. But right now, this looks to be a classic kind of wind storm that is rolling through. And we said all along we might have a big wind event that could occur, and that's starting to take shape through Clinton to Leroy right now. Be on the lookout from Bellflower down to Farmer City. We're going to go silent for just a second as we get back into our newscast, but we'll be back with you here in about another minute or two, so stay with us. Okay, back on here with you guys on the live stream. Large area, severe thunderstorm warning. Almost all of Ford County, about half there of Champaign, Piatt, DeWitt counties as that line begins to move in. Again, as that just moved through the airport. So the airport over here in Bloomington, that would have just had that 59-mile-an-hour wind gust that came through. So you can expect that probably rolling through Leroy right now, Bellflower, Farmer City, DeWitt, you will be next. It's in Clinton right now. Really strong winds just beginning to roll into the area. Right now, looking to be mainly wind at this point. Not seeing circulations yet, but those can spin up really fast along these lines, and something to definitely keep an eye on. Seth, is your mic on? Are you able to?
It should be, yeah. Looks like I'm getting readings on mine. I am going to real quick, while it's full screen, just kind of switch it over to
Maxwell.
I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to my computer just because I've got the Springfield camera up. Yep. There's a shelf cloud that's kind of already moved over the top. You're seeing the underside of that, and it is starting to move right into the Springfield area, and it looks like never mind. That warning's just on the far north. We do have a tornado warning in far northeastern Iroquois County. That one is right there on the edge of the county. That is up there closer to Beaverville, so just kind of right tucked in the corner.
Okay, folks, and for our purposes there with the production and control room, what's going to happen here is you're going to come to me, and we will stay with me. We will stay on TV. Let the hub know that we will stay on the air with the new tornado warning. So when you guys come to me, we will not be out at the out time. So we will just continue moving on as normal severe weather coverage. Okay, folks. So. Those of you on the live stream, we're getting ready to come back on the air on TV. And so we'll be on there, and we'll just kind of continue our tornado coverage. Again, new tornado warning, extreme northeastern portion of Iroquois County near the Martinton and Beaverville area. Okay, folks, back here with you, and we're going to be continuing our coverage. Brand new tornado warning, extreme northeastern portions of Iroquois County, right near the Beaverville area. Pretty good indicator, possibly of a tornado happening up there. If you are in that kind of northeastern portion, Beaverville, we've been up there before at I believe the Hideout Bar and Grill. That's up there before. You guys need to be taking shelter. There's a rotation on that just to north and west of Beaverville. And again, guys, we will be staying with our coverage here past the normal time here of our newscast. So we're watching this storm, tornado warning in effect. This is going to kind of clip there basically to the southeastern portions of Kankakee County as well, but just northwest of Beaverville is the location where we're actually seeing some of that rotation show up on the storm. It's going to be right here. We zoom down in on it. Basically, right there along 3100 North Road, north and west of Beaverville. The rotation is right here. Okay, and so this is going to be kind of some rural portions there as you get out of Beaverville up to the north and east, but that will, and so this is the Kankakee County line that's right here. So it looks like a pretty good indicator on radar of a tornado occurring right there. It's going to be pretty much on top of the Iroquois Kankakee County line in the next couple of minutes or so as that moves off to the north and east and kind of hits the sliver of Kankakee County. So for the folks up there, we wanted to show you that, but we also want to talk about this gigantic severe thunderstorm warning that includes Gibson City, Farmer City, includes Champaign, Monticello, the leading edge of that, showing signs of some really strong winds beginning to come into parts of Piatt County here before too long, rolling through Clinton as we speak, and Leroy and Colfax. Bellflower, you're going to get those really strong winds here before too long. Gibson City and Fisher, Mahomet, Mansfield, get ready as this line begins to move in. We are watching things carefully here in the Weather Center. Meteorologist Seth Bonehoff, Adam Chawinski, both in here. We've got meteorologist Jacob Dickey, who is out in the storm tracker. That's the view that he's got from his camera from the storm tracker as he's trying to stay just ahead of this thing as he's been traveling here. And I think Jacob is there on I-74, and he's going to be making his way. Jacob, have you made it through Farmer City there?
Yeah, Kevin, I just passed Farmer City. I was going to get off at Mansfield, and when I'm in Mansfield, then I'll turn around and give you another view there. I just got the camera turned to the back. I decided to cut more southeast in 74 to stay ahead of it. Also, when I keep farther down the line kind of watching things there, you get to Clinton back towards Springfield. But that surging part of the line basically behind me that you're looking at, really concerning for southern Livingston, a lot of Ford, northern Champaign, and eastern McLean counties. So give me a couple of minutes. I'll turn around and I'll have a report for you coming up in just a bit. In the storm tracker, just southeast of Farmer City, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right, so there's the view from Jacob. And we're going to be continuing to watch his view over there of that line of storms. And again, this thing is moving so fast, it's going to be here before you know it. I'm going to send things over to Seth for a moment. We'll go over to his computer there. He's going to take over for a second as I reconfigure some things. Then I'm going to jump on the weather wall over here. But Seth, you're watching these storms from several different camera views. What do you got?
Yeah, we're watching from Springfield right now. They're kind of on the far southern end of where the severe warnings are at right now. And these storms have a lot of almost pure eastward movement to them. So this storm is almost kind of running parallel to the north side of Springfield. So we're just looking out here to the north and west as that leading edge is already kind of passed overhead. You can still see the underside of that from this camera, which has been bobbling up and down a little bit. The winds aren't there just yet. Let's kind of back things out and look at the entire area here again, just to see where all of these warnings are. We still do have that singular tornado warning that is up here in far northeastern Iroquois County. That one is soon to kind of cross the county line up there to the north, so we're keeping an eye out for that. If we want to flip things over here to velocity real quick, we'll see exactly where that rotation is at. Should be just north of the Beaverville area there. You can kind of see right in that, these bright green colors there as they kind of move off to the north and east. So we do technically have that tornado warning and that rotation right here still just in the far corner of our area. But the main concern for a lot of people right now is these damaging winds. We kind of look at this line just all up and down it, and we have just got these warnings that are issued for 70 plus mile an hour winds. They've kind of got that black outline there on the boxes. That's what that indicates. And I'm going to set this line in motion here real quick over just the last hour. And as Kevin alluded to, these storms have some speed to them, moving at around 55 to 60 miles an hour. So they're kind of moving at the highway speeds right now. So if you are, and that's exactly why they're issuing these warnings so far downstream of where the actual storm line is. For example, you see Champaign, the city of Champaign and Urbana already in a warning, despite the fact that this line is a good 25 miles away, but it does not take very long. That should be here in the Champaign area within the next 25 or 30 minutes at the rate that things are going. Again, the radar presentation of things, the reflectivity, this normal view that we show you, you kind of look at it, you're not too suspicious of anything, but trust us, these linear storms have some really, really powerful winds embedded within them, and they will cause some widespread damage here. We've already seen it just to the north and west of us. This is exactly the kind of setup that we look to see, kind of that widespread damage, perhaps some outages coming here before too long as well. So we'll keep an eye on all of that. Warnings, again, up and down this line. Let's check back in on our Springfield camera. We'll see what's happening right there in town. Again, just outside of town, still kind of hanging out there on the north side as these storms have almost parallel motion to the city of Springfield right now. And that is the way things look. We're keeping an eye on velocity imagery as well. That is not showing anything too significant in the way of any sort of rotation here just yet. With these linear systems, a lot of the times they can kind of lead to some rotation there in one particular segment. And we just have to watch out for that because that can happen in a matter of minutes. We've already had some tornado warnings just to our north and west back when storms were a little more cellular in nature. So we're kind of shifting, like we said, to more of that linear wind threat. And we'll eventually be seeing that here in a place like Springfield. We saw it earlier in Bloomington. They got whacked pretty good there with that leading edge of the strong winds. And it's everyone else's turn now as we crossed the 7 o'clock hour just a few minutes ago. Again, a live look at where all of this storm activity is at on our Storm Tracker Doppler. It's going to move through the area very quickly. Again, if you're in Champaign, you're looking at this, you're seeing how much distance there is between you and this line of storms. Just keep in mind, these things are moving quick. It is not going to take very long for this line to catch up to where you are. So definitely be inside right now. Anytime you're under those warnings, just make sure that you are taking the proper precautions here to stay safe and stay out of these strong winds, which can really toss things around. We had meteorologist Jacob Dickey out there during the 6 o'clock show. He was trying his best to stay ahead of the winds while he was in McLean County, and he was getting kind of pelted there by some tree branches. I can't actually, let's go back to Kevin. Kevin, you've got things set back up over there. How are things looking now?
Yeah, we're over here, and what I want to do is I want to go to Jacob here real quick because he's got a report. He's just ahead of the line. We'll go to Jacob. Jacob, what do you got over there?
Hey, Kevin, we're in Mansfield. This is a really pronounced shelf cloud. And look at the striations as we look up there as this is coming on in. Very mean looking here. And kind of watching over here to the side as well, moving at a very quick pace. See those lines that are showing up here, rolling on in? You're going to see this for quite a ways as it approaches. And then very dark underneath there. I got a little bit of bug juice in the windshields, but you can see a lot of heavy rain in the wind as this cold downburst wind, straight line winds kick out here. It's going to really bring some strong winds. And in Hayworth, I told the National Weather Service, I said, I've got trees coming apart. That's what they looked like here when they were in that area. Did see a report of no power in Hayworth. We saw some power flashes behind us as we were moving. And so there's going to be some strong 60, 70 mile per hour winds. I can't rule out a pocket of maybe somewhat stronger winds somewhere in that leading edge as well, but where exactly that is, hard to tell here. Just a very strong line of storms coming on in here. Now, again, we're in Mansfield looking to the north and west as this storm rolls on in. Still also concerned for northeastern Iroquois County. We are getting that storm out of our viewing area into Newton County, shortly far southeastern Kankakee County, but concerned up there for the Hideout Bar and Bait, Kevin, you were mentioning earlier, the Willow Slough, places like that, Beaverton, Martinton, places like that are clear. It's getting now to that far corner. So keeping an eye on all of that. In the Storm Tracker in Mansfield, I'm Jacob Dickey. Send it back to you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it there. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back here. I'm going to zoom in. I want to show you guys again what we're looking at in terms of the potential for these really strong winds moving in. So I know you look at this and you look at the kind of normal radar view, and you normally would say, well, I'm not seeing all the deep, reds there. That doesn't look as bad. The yellows. We can't look at the reflectivity on this. We have to look at the velocity, and this tells the story. See the colors that you see right here? These brighter kind of beige colors here. That is indicative of some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Just rolled through the Bellflower area. We also just got reports in Clinton, trees down in Clinton, transformers blowing in Clinton there from the strong winds. There's a big pocket here. D-Land, you're seeing these strong winds. Bellflower, this thing is going to be, it's rolling through as we speak. So we're going to see, you're going to see a lot of this view here of the radar with the velocity, with the colors here, instead of the normal kind of reflectivity, just because it's going to be able to tell us exactly what's going on with the winds. And so let's kind of zoom in and really kind of show you. So there's Mansfield. Jacob was showing you his shot. It's that leading edge. Those winds are about to come into Whiteheath and Mahomet in the next 10 minutes or so, because this thing is hauling at some 55 miles an hour. This thing's going to come to Seymour and Whiteheath. We're talking damaging straight line winds. We're getting reports of multiple lines down in the Lincoln and Atlanta area. We're hearing about, again, the winds 50 to 60 miles an hour and limbs falling as this line came through Saybrook up there into McLean County. And so we've got several areas along this line. You can pretty much just treat this entire line that stretches down here from kind of east of Forsyth through Cisco and up here west of Mansfield up to Gibson City as probably 60, maybe 70 mile an hour winds right along that line. I know a lot of people usually are concerned about, tornadoes, and obviously that is something to definitely pay attention to, but you could have more damage from this whole way along this entire line. We just got a report of some 75 mile an hour winds between Warrensburg and Latham, 75 mile per hour winds between Warrensburg and Latham with the storms coming through over here. Let's come over here and into portions of Macon County. So it's anywhere along this leading edge. So basically we look at it, you go, okay, it's not raining yet. Well, right when that leading edge gets there, these winds are going to be extremely strong. I think Argenta is probably getting hit really bad right now with those stronger winds. Stretching up here, D-Land. We're just going to kind of take the radar and just kind of pan it along. Cisco. There's Whiteheath, Monticello. You'll be next with these winds. There's Mahomet, Mansfield about to be right on top of you. And then eventually up here into Ford County, Gibson City. Those winds probably knock on the doorstep there. Seth, do you have the Gibson City camera or anything? Go ahead.
It looks like they have expanded the tornado watch here in the area. You can see that If we bring there we go. So we bring that full here. You see the tornado watch includes pretty much all of the area. This one goes until 1 a.m. So that's just in anticipation of maybe some rotation here within parts of this line. Again, tornado watch now includes several more counties. I believe this was kind of cut off around I-55 into the west originally. Now includes a lot more areas here, including Champaign, Vermilion County, all the way through down there into parts of Edgar, Coles, and Shelby County. So just wanted to pass that along. Tornado watch here until 1 a.m., Kevin. But even if there's no tornadoes, we talk 70+ mile-an-hour winds. That can do a lot of damage over a big area as opposed to significant damage by a tornado over a small area. There's definitely some danger here with these winds, even if it looks a little different.
Okay, very good. Again, we are watching the storms here where we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings, winds possibly upwards of 70 miles per hour. Okay. Just here to come into Gibson City. I'll be curious to see what Gibson City's doing with some of those winds. We'll bring it back up here, and we'll just click back up here into northeastern Iroquois County, where we had that tornado warning. Again, with our storms here, just now it looks like now moving into the southeastern corner of Kankakee County. So there's Beaverville. We were talking about that. It looks like it's just now out of Iroquois County. But what we've got here, which is interesting, is Iroquois County is also under the severe thunderstorm warning. And you notice this box here. This also has what is known as the tornado possible tag with it, which means when this line comes in with the winds, you may have some embedded circulations that could occur. So we're watching that right now. And again, if you guys can maybe pull up our Gibson City camera, I'd be curious to see what the Gibson City camera looks like. Kind of pointing to the west where the flag, where that flag is there. Maybe we can kind of see it. Let's see, just kind of reading some more of the reports coming into us here. Atlanta, Logan County, those areas over there, seeing the damage showing up with some trees and power lines down over that way. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Champaign County. This thing's just updated. There's the new radar scan to kind of show you guys the location of where this is. Really strong winds coming in from Farmer City and to Monticello here. Damaging winds probably about to come right into Mahomet. We basically all the way back to where Jacob was in Hayworth. We had those winds. We had tree limbs coming down, and we're starting to get pictures in here. A lot of trees down, possibly in the Clinton area, I think between Farmer City, D-Land, down to Maroa. Just going to come into Monticello. Some really strong winds rolling into portions of central Illinois. Just to kind of give you the wide view there. And again, you can see Jacob's view is going to be on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is that shelf cloud, the leading edge of those really strong winds. He was over there near Mansfield and continued to go to the east. Top part of your screen, there's going to be the Gibson City camera. That is going to be, you can see the heavy rainfall that's just beginning to roll in there. So we're looking at a lot of different things right now. We could have any of these storms kick up a little spit up tornado. But right now, the biggest threat, and it's going to be kind of a widespread area where severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect, and you're getting these huge gusts of winds and pretty much all along it, damage being reported. Fisher now, and probably now on top of, looks like that's going to be coming right into Mahomet now with the new scan that is coming in. So you can see here's Mahomet and those winds probably just about a minute or two away before they start hitting you. Same for those of you down in Seymour right now. So here's what we've got, folks. And here's what I want to kind of tell you guys. So our policy here is we go on with tornado warnings here on television, and we stay on with those possible tornado warnings. Currently, that newest tornado warning just outside of Iroquois County, which kind of ends our viewing area here. So I want our folks to do this that are watching here, our folks in the control room. What we'll do here is with this line of storms, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, do any of these storms have the destructive tag associated with them? Do we know?
Not that I can see.
None of them
Nope.
actually do. Okay, so we would stay on with those kind of high end, destructive, 80-mile-an-hour wind, severe thunderstorm warnings. Because we don't have any of those here, what we're going to do is we're going to transition back over to our streaming coverage that's going to be online. So I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes here to find where that is on your phone, on your your iPad. You can watch our streaming coverage on Facebook. You can watch it on the WCIA3 weather app. So all of those locations, I'm going to encourage you to switch over to that because, again, our policy, we stay on for the tornado warnings. We'll cut back on the severe thunderstorm warnings. That doesn't discount how strong these winds are, but we will transition back over to our online coverage, our digital coverage. So find where some of those locations, you're going to get all of us here. We're still here. Jacob out in the storm tracker, Adam and Seth are here as well. If a tornado warning comes on, gets issued, or we get up to that destructive kind of tag where your wireless emergency alerts are going off on your phone, then we'll jump back on TV. But we're going to switch back over to just our production where that goes on the digital channels. Okay. We're looking at our cameras here and watching the storms kind of coming through the Gibson City area. Mahomet, you're seeing the storms come through. So again, stick around, guys. We're going to be right back. If more warnings get issued, we'll jump back on with you on television. But for now, guys, we're going to switch over to our online coverage, and we'll be back here with you if any other warnings get issued. So hopefully you guys will switch over, and we'll see you there. Okay, guys, we're back here on digital, streaming here with you, showing you these storms as they are moving through the area. Again, we're about to get strong line coming into Champaign County here, and tell you what we're going to do here is just kind of zoom back in on this and kind of show you exactly where that leading edge is. Just kind of blew through Mahomet. Going to be coming into the Thomasboro area. There's Seymour, and here's Champaign, and over to Monticello. We're going to see those storms coming right into Champaign in the next 10 minutes or so, just how fast this thing is moving. That we're probably going to be able to see a pretty good little shelf cloud on our own weather cameras here in Champaign before too long. And so let me see if I can't pull up some of our different weather cameras here as we come to you here. Live still on our digital channels, several reports of trees and power lines down from across the area. All right, looks like we got a new tornado warning. All right, stand by here, folks. Okay, folks, stand by. We've got a new tornado warning. All right, Vermilion County. All right, guys, we're gonna have to switch. We're gonna have to switch back on. We'll go ahead and we got to go back on TV. So go ahead and give them the call. Tell me in my ear when we're back on with that. All right, guys, we're back with you here, and what we're going to do here, just bear with me for a second. We are getting reports here of a new tornado warning that is in effect for northeastern portions of Vermilion County, up near the Rossville area, I believe, and Potomac. It's just this little sliver here, extreme northeastern portions of Vermilion County. So we are back on the air here with you, and let's kind of show you. We'll get right down in here. I'll tell you this, too. I know the storms just came through Mahomet. Reports of some power lines down in Mahomet, and we're going to get to that here in a second. But this is this one little cell here that is just south of Hoopston. This is a new tornado warning. That's Rossville right here. You can see right there along Route 1. And this does include Alvin. And when we look at this here, on the velocity, there's going to be a little bit of rotation that is showing up. This is just south of Hoopston. You guys need to be in your tornado safe spot here because this thing just kind of forming and is going to be coming really close here to the southeastern corner of Iroquois County. Currently, tornado warning in effect. So this is going to be just northeast of Rossville where we're seeing this possible tornado. So you got the Indiana-Illinois state line right here, Route 9. So where 9 and 1 come together. That's essentially kind of where that rotation is going to be located between Hoopston and Rossville. Take shelter here with this tornado warning that is in effect here right now. Okay, so let's kind of back this out. You can just kind of see that orange area that kind of filled back in. Huge severe thunderstorm warning that includes all of Vermilion County, all of Champaign County, Ford and Iroquois County. We just had, and it looks like we're just starting to get the storms. They're going to be coming into Champaign here. We're getting some really strong winds here at the station. I'll tell you what, we've got high winds coming into West Champaign here right now. If we can we, do we have our weather cameras that we can pull up here?
We are on Danville right now. You can actually see some of that lowering there now in Danville, from north of Danville.
So there's our Danville camera. So that's kind of that little lowering that we're seeing there. So obviously north of Danville and up near the Rossville area, but our camera can kind of see that little bowl-shaped area there that is trying to form. And I know it's kind of tough to see a little bit of the contrast, but it's right here. Okay, and so you're looking for that, and that would be the precursor to our tornado. Again, we're looking well to our north from Danville, northern Vermilion County, between Hoopston and Rossville is where some of that rotation is. While we have that up here, can we switch over to our Champaign camera? Because I think the storm is coming into Champaign right now.
There's a real good view of the rain getting ready to come on through.
Okay, so we've got our Neal Street camera here. We're gonna pull up our Champaign camera here as well, and it's gonna show us that shelf cloud that's just kind of coming in. It's about to get really windy in Champaign. There's the view. We've also got Jacob. He is in the storm tracker there. Can we pan that Champaign camera around a little bit? And
working on it.
And we're gonna kind of see that little area there, almost kind of to the north. So you can almost kind of see it here. Right about there. That's Jacob's shot. Curtis in 57. Jacob, what do you got there?
Okay, our garage is
Kevin,
hey,
had
now.
some really angry wind gusts that came in with the storm here, and it's the type of crosswind where it shoved the storm tracker to the left. So this is the type of wind. I-57 is probably going to have some semi-trucks that have some problems here. You can see the rain curtains also now to my south coming on in. Intense winds, Champaign, 60 to 70 mile per hour gust coming into town here with this storm. And we're going to keep you updated here. The wind really starting to rock and roll now, Kevin, here at Curtis in 57. I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right. Can we pull up the Neal Street camera here in Champaign? The Neal Street camera, we just had the gust of wind hit us here. You can see there's that little tree that's just off of our camera. You can see some of the leaves there kind of blowing around. So we've got that storm coming into Champaign right now. Really strong winds. We're seeing that as it rolls into the area. So again, folks,
some of the shaking from our camera, both our tower camera and the Geese Memorial Stadium camera too, and the leading edge of this storm too. Hard to turn these cameras too. The wind's kind of taken over from some of them too. So that's a good indication of how strong these winds are.
Okay, so there it is coming into Champaign here right now. Also, all of Iroquois County looks like under a tornado warning, all of Iroquois County. They just went ahead and issued the whole county for a warning there with little spin-ups that are trying to occur there along that line. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to kind of bounce around a little bit. This is one of those things when everything starts happening at the same time. If you're in Urbana, it's about to hit you. Rain Tool as well. But now we've got all of, and actually that's a little sliver there of Ford County as well, to take into account that leading edge, but really kind of coming into Iroquois County and I-57 and 45 Loda. You see these little areas here that kind of start to take shape and where you might have a little spin up from a tornado. We're watching that. Now, this looks kind of similar to what we had last night when some of the storms were coming through over near the Springfield area in Sangamon County. These little spin-ups, Buckley, Loda, Onarga, you guys get in your tornado safe spot because
where you at?
You're either going to get some really strong winds or you're going to get the potential for that little spin-up tornado that could occur. So Paxton, Loda, Buckley, all of you are right along the line, the leading edge of this, where you might have that spin-up tornado, if nothing else, some really strong winds associated with it. Everybody is saying the same thing as this line hits you. I mean, the winds are just going wild right on the leading edge of it. So this stretches all the way up into northwestern Iroquois County, through Champaign County, through Piatt County, and that leading edge is basically where the winds are so strong and upwards of 70 miles an hour. We're getting in more and more reports. Wapella fire on the scene, power lines down, created a fire in an alleyway. Lots of rotations, possibly even reported near Tolono. That's just coming in from the emergency manager. The winds are probably rocking and rolling pretty good. Jacob's on that, so he doesn't see much, he says there, but I'm seeing just more winds, and these are just this is some really strong winds coming through Champaign, Urbana right now, getting ready to come through Tolono, St. Joe. You're going to be next. Tornado warning, Champaign County, tornado warning. Guys, can we point the camera to the east? Point the camera to the east. Tornado warning, Champaign County. This is going to be. Can we go ahead and point it a little bit to the east there, guys? Pan it to the right just a little bit.
I've got stadium camera moved, working on studio now.
Okay, yeah, the studio camera, just pan it over to the east just a tad bit. We want to see this right here. We're looking to the north there, but okay, so yeah, this is, let's kind of keep it in that general kind of area.
Piece of the roof blew.
Tornado warning here, Champaign County.
Right now, I'll look at it.
Basically, looks like Weather Service issuing the tornado warning here. Champaign County, St. Joe area. We're looking at a little bit of a lowering, some rotation that's showing up there. That's going to be up there near 45 and I-74, right at 45 and I-74 is where some of that rotation is. You can see that there. You guys just keep kind of moving that camera along here. Let's bring it back to the radar here, and I'll let you guys kind of get that view. But I just want to kind of show you guys exactly where. So it's right here. Okay, now it's going to be kind of east of 45. Sellers, because this thing is moving so fast. Royal, you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you are basically along I-74 here and 115, just kind of north of that, it's this little area right here where we're seeing some of that rotation. So kind of on the northeast side of town, it is just past 45, Cunningham exit there in 74, and going to be going off here to the east. So here's Royal, St. Joe down here. Tornado sirens might be going off in some areas, in Urbana probably right now. But this, you're seeing some winds possibly, and just this little circulation that is occurring here, folks. And again, if you guys get a view on the camera, just let me know and shout out to me and let me know if there is any kind of a camera view.
Just a wall of rain.
We're getting swallowed by rain now. I think
Swallowed by
our
rain.
view's pretty
Okay.
much gone.
But we did hear from Travis, our assistant news director, that Huntington Tower, a piece of the building, or a piece of damage came off of there from the building there at Huntington Towers.
Okay.
Tower.
Tornado warning here. Again, this is going to be just kind of the northeast of Urbana. You can see there's, I-74, Carl Hospital down here. This is going to be Leverett Road. And that's exactly where some of that rotation is. Sellers, take shelter there. as we widen the view out, tornado warning continues for eastern portions of Champaign County and heading into Vermilion County. This little area here, south of Thomasboro, just south of the Flatville area. We've got some reports of maybe some damage here potentially.
Yes, that is the Huntington Tower just across the road.
The Huntington Tower there, just across the street. That thing is just, a block from us?
No, yep, just about.
So you can see some damage there off the top of the building there. Again, that Huntington Tower, you know the shape. It's got that unique shape to it. If you've been from Champaign, you kind of know it. So it looks like a little piece there. So there you go. There's the tower there. Again, it's just down the street from us. So when those winds came through, that little fragment, that little top part of the building there looks like sustained a little bit of damage. So there we go, folks. Tornado warning continues here, and I want to this happens all the time. We cover a large area. Essentially, anything here into Iroquois County, they're saying you might have a little spin-up tornado occurring anywhere along. So let's kind of show you the leading edge of where it is. So that might be something, that might be something, that might be something. And it's hard to kind of, dictate exactly where, but we try to look at things here on the radar. And as I mentioned, we've got a few of them. So if you are in Iroquois County, if you are in basically Onarga, stretching to east of Buckley. So here's Watsika, Crescent City, B-Next, Woodworth, down to Cessna Park. Tornado warning here. Be in your tornado safe spot. So we've got winds, we've got potential tornadoes, and this also stretches down here east of Paxton, close to the Rankin area. And we talked about that little sliver that was there near Rossville. That's from now into Indiana. And let's come back down here to our Champaign and Vermilion County tornado warning. St. Joe, if you're in St. Joe, especially just north of town, rotation showing up there on our storm. There it is. It's just that little area right there where the velocities kick up just a little bit. You're seeing strong winds there. And even if there's not a tornado, you're going to have 60, 70 mile an hour winds. I just heard a report talking about, where was that, Gunner?
Wilbur Heights.
Wilbur Heights.
Wilbur Heights, you said?
Wilbur Heights.
Yeah, near the mall. Okay, so up near the mall, was that trees down, you were saying? Okay, so trees down up there near the mall. When that came through a little bit earlier, again, right here is where some of that rotation is going to be. It's going to be really close to St. Joe. Looking down the line here to our folks in Vermilion County, you guys need to be taking shelter. Again, we'll make sure we'll have the Danville camera kind of pointed off there to the west and see if we can get any views there. Here's your rotation that's just going to be crossing over County Road 2200. Okay, that's Royal to Ogden. You guys definitely take shelter. This is where we're going to see that possible tornado taking place here. We've got our Danville camera. So we're going to be looking there. So we'll start to see this come into a little bit more clarity as the storm gets a little bit closer. So we're going to have that view to the west. So we'll come back to that here in a second. We've got Seth and Adam in here with us as well. Just got a report of a 68 mile an hour wind gust at the Willard Airport. Willard Airport had a 68 mile an hour wind gust when it came through. That's an official, their sensor, their anemometer that actually recorded that. So 68 miles an hour when that hit there at the Willard Airport region. So tornado warning continues here with us right now. Any of the cameras showing anything? The Champaign camera show anything now? Because I know it's...
Yeah, we'll back it up and look here. I've got Danville's ready to go looking off to the west. It can't see too much yet as far as that rotation goes. We'll back things out in Champaign and kind of take a look east again. Probably going to get buried here by some of the rain, but we'll kind of see what we can come across here, just pinning things out there towards Campus Town. Yeah, just kind of a fuzzy view underneath all the rain. We might kind of be past that point where we can see too much here on our cameras as far as anything rotation-wise goes, and just kind of looking out there towards campus to see if any buildings, any of the high-rises took any hits, and it looks like things are in good shape out there. We'll kind of keep looking around here. But I'll say one thing, Kevin. I went towards the back of the building here by our garage door to take a peek outside before those winds came on through. And I don't know if I've heard air howl through the creaks of the garage door as much as I did there. I was kind of afraid the door was going to come flying off there for a moment. You said 68-mile-an-hour gusts at Willard. I was thinking the same thing there, up to 70-ish miles an hour. It was just howling as it moved on through here. And yeah, that is going to cause some damage itself. I'm working on some power outage reports. There are several counties in the thousands out to the west. So that just goes to show you that the power of these winds, and we may continue to see that keep up here. But also just want to make sure we're keeping an eye on all those notches here along that front line as those continue to push off to the east. This thing's racing, Kevin. It's already east of 57.
Yeah.
These things just zipping across the area.
Yeah, really pushing along and just rolling. St. Joe, and I believe the new updated scan's going to come across. This thing's already coming through St. Joe now. So Ogden and Royal, you're going to be next. Again, it's pretty wild when you look at it on the reflectivity. You look at that and you go, well, that just looks like a regular rain shower, right? I mean, that's, we see this all the time. Yellows, you're usually right. You've got reds and pinks and purples that would indicate, really bad stuff. But you can't look at the reflectivity. It's not the rain; it's the wind in here. So that's why you're looking at a little bit more of an atypical view. These strong winds still pushing through the air. I just want to kind of back it out just a tad bit. Some of that rotation there
towards campus.
St. Joe moving off here to the east. Ogden, you're next with this. Down the line, this will be kind of hugging right there along I-74, where we have this little notch that's still kind of showing up.
Kevin, can we get the studio camera back up?
Studio camera?
We've got power flashes towards campus down. Looks like maybe a line took a bit of a hit. The studio camera
Yeah, it's
here.
right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
There you go.
Oh, yeah,
So-
power line. Okay,
Yeah,
so
power
there's
line just leaking there. I'll
Yeah.
zoom out to kind of see where we're at, just kind of generally in the campus town area.
So that's over by the railroad tracks there.
Yeah, just
You can see
across
the railroad tracks. Go ahead. Yeah. So there you go. You can see right there. So that's just behind. That's basically just behind. Where the wing stop is and the smoke shop that's over there. And so you can see that's a little transformer there, and you can see it obviously, arcing a bit, and you can see some flames, some kind of dropping off from that. So that's the classic power flash. You can see the sparks that are coming. Look at those sparks there. And so crews are going to be heading over there. When we talk about seeing the green flashes, this is what we see sometimes from a tornado, when the transformers blow up. That looks like a kind of an arcing power line there that is that's happening. And you get some of those bursts of some of those sparks and whatnot coming down. So again, this is just across. I mean, this is a block from the TV station here at Neal and Green is where that is located. So that's indicative of the winds that came through, doing some damage to the power infrastructure there. So again, that's the railroad tracks there. The Amtrak train goes along there, and so that's right there. I'm sure authorities and the fire department's probably going to get dispatched over there to that. But you can see it right there on your screen. Look at those sparks that are flying. That could happen to the power lines where you are. Never go near a downed line. Stay away from them. If they're not even sparking like that, they could still be live, and you can kind of see it there continuing to smoke. I don't know if it looks like it's just off of where that building is. You can see the pole and a little bit of grass in between. But boy, how about that is a wild view there watching those storms. Getting in some reports of maybe some possible damage, maybe up at Hunter's Pond Apartments as the storms came through on the north side of town. Sounds like the north side of town really got hit there. And that could have been that little circulation from that tornado, which continues now and is about to head into portions of Vermilion County. So again, folks, we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's kick you back over to the radar view. And again, I'm just waiting. Looks like we've got kind of a delayed. Okay, there we go. So there's the radar that finally just kind of caught back up. Let's move this back over. So Ogden, and now, this thing's almost a 50th now. This thing is into Vermilion County and is over by 50th now. And that is going to be where that possible circulation is still located between 50th and Collison area. You guys, Oakwood, you guys are still under this tornado warning. And this does include Danville, as you can see here. But again, difficult to sometimes pinpoint exactly where that little rotation is. But I'm going to say it's right about here between Ogden and 50th. and west of 45 is where we're seeing that. So tornado warning continues here for Vermilion County. And I want to come back up here to the north. I don't want to neglect our folks. Got a lot of faithful viewers up here in Iroquois County. Just look at each one of these little areas, and we call them little front end nubs right here. And I'm just going to switch it back to the velocity. So possibly there near the Goodwine area, I think we've got some rotation there on that. And then, just along this whole line, possibly there near Crescent City. And I just want to come back here to the reflectivity real quick. So you've got these little guys right here. Each one of these, if nothing else, you've got 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, but also some of that rotation going to be southeast of Clifton there. There's Martinton. Beaverville, you had that tornado warning earlier. So this whole line that's up here in Iroquois County could have little spin-up tornadoes. We're just going to treat this whole thing. This includes Watseka, Milford. You guys just take shelter here because these things are happening so fast, it's difficult to, you're looking at it, all of a sudden, boom, it's right there, and you can have that little spin up. So we're treating this as a tornado here into Iroquois County as that whole line continues to move off here to the east, and we're getting these little spin ups along it. Here into Vermilion County, there's Hoopston. You guys are kind of next with this. Here's that tornado warning with our cell that is now just Vermilion County. Champaign County, we don't have the tornado warning anymore. But we've got Vermilion County, and right here, it's right that little, very subtle area, that little nub right there that is just northeast of Ogden. That's going to be where that potential tornado would be, where some of that circulation is. It's running right along I-74, Fithian, the Brothers area. You guys want to be in your tornado safe spot, lowest level of your home. There's Collison up here. And then you're going to start to come into, the Oakwood area and Danville. So we're watching all of that very carefully as these storms continue to move in. So again, tornado warning continues for portions of Vermilion County right now. We've got Iroquois County. Damage reports starting to come into us here as well. We were showing you that arcing power line that was just over across the street. Is that thing still? I don't know if that thing is still
minutes ago.
So burned itself out. Okay. Dead. So there you go. So now this is the Danville view. You're going to start to see, here's that. We're going to see this thing kind of come right towards our camera. You can almost start to see some of the definition from that shelf cloud as it begins to move into Danville. So that is something that we're going to be watching here as that storm comes in and gets a little bit closer to us. All right, guys, here we go. It is 7:43 p.m. We are tracking a very intense line of storms that have had embedded circulations, possibly some tornadoes that have spun up. We haven't talked to Jacob for a second. Jacob, you tell us your location and kind of what you're seeing there. Got Jacob there or not? I'm not sure if Jacob can hear us. We've got his camera view there. There you go, Jacob. Go ahead.
Hey, Kevin, just wanted to let you know I'm coming into Tuscola. I got off the interstate because the crosswinds were pushing semis out of one lane and into the other there. And so those north-south roads getting a lot of wind. I've tried to push south because I'm really interested in the line further down as well, as we're looking there towards Springfield and to see how that surges out. Clearly some problems in Iroquois, Vermilion County now. And I've been just kind of getting some texts about quite a bit of tree damage out there across the region. So these are damaging storms, no doubt. We're going to be watching further down. It's not stormed yet in places like Mattoon, Charleston, Tuscola, down to Shelbyville. A lot of instability down there still to tap into with these storms. And so growing concern for areas farther south. And I think that's why they issued that tornado watch and extended it as well. Coming into Tuscola now, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. I'm going to continue down to Mattoon. I have more updates as we go on through. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Jacob. Just kind of rolling through some of the old reports here. Tree blocking roadways in Clinton. Trees down Dodge and Rutledge. Southbound lanes partially obstructing travel to Springfield Memorial Hospital. Again, we talked about maybe some damage there on the north side of town. I'm getting some text from some friends telling me up near, let's see here, the Ashland Park subdivision north of Walmart and Prospect. Said it looks like, maybe they had that little circulation kind of pass over them maybe that brief little tornado up that way, which would be pretty close to where we had some of that circulation showing up. Again, we've got some pictures of some trees near Lawndale and Champaign in Centennial Park of a tree down. You can see, wow, that's a big one. That's a thick, that's huge. I can see that one kind of uprooted there. So that was, again, over near the Lawndale area in Centennial Park. If you guys have pictures of damage, obviously wait until it's safe to do so. Look at the trees here. This is going to be York Drive and Golden View in Champaign. York Drive and Golden View in Champaign of some damage. If you guys have pictures, you can email them to us at news@wcia.com. That's news@wcia.com. And that helps us kind of know what's going on. New tornado warning here, I believe. We've got a new tornado warning here. So let's kind of take a look at this here and try to see what we've got here. So we've got pretty much almost all of Vermilion County now. So we're going to talk about this area here. We've still got that rotation showing up on our storm, basically north of Oakwood now. So north of Oakwood, tornado right here near Brothers. This is going to be coming up here to kind of the north side of Danville, Newell Township areas. Up near the airport, potentially. We're going to be watching that. But let's come back up here to this newest tornado warning. And this is going to be up here, I believe, with the storm up near Hoopston. Wow, look at that. So new tornado warning here. Rotation showing up right near the Hoopston area. Get into your tornado safe spot for sure. Let's bring up, we'll take the Danville Skycam there. Starting to see again right there some of that structure to the cloud, that leading edge, that shelf cloud where you get those gusts. But again, you might have that little spin up that could occur. So we're going to be continuing to kind of watch that as it rolls in to the Danville area. So we've got two areas that we're seeing some rotation up near Hoopston. I got to tell you, I'm seeing little spin up areas and a lot of spots up here from Hoopston, Wellington. Look at all these areas where the reds and greens are kind of coming next to one another. I mean, this whole thing, you might have little spin ups along it, which is why they've got so many areas here where tornado warnings are in effect. I mean, you might have one right here between, say, Milford and over here towards the Wellington area. That might be a little spin up there. If you're in Stockland, take shelter. So multiple locations that we're having to kind of monitor for this, both wind potential and tornado potential. Just kind of widen the view out here. I want to show you just the warnings that we've got. So you can kind of see, all right, if you live in these areas, you need to be taking shelter. So orange are severe thunderstorm warnings, and obviously red are going to be your tornado warnings. And so this stretches all the way down into Christian and Shelby counties here. But it's northern, kind of the northern half of Vermilion County. So basically Oakwood, Danville, Northwood, up to Hoopston, and then just pretty much the whole Iroquois County and kind of the eastern half of Iroquois County where the tornado warnings are in effect. Seth, what do you got?
Working on confirming, but Vermilion County EM said that they had a spotter see a tornado south of Hoopston. So we're working to see on that, but they have a spotter who saw one south of Hoopston.
Okay, that Danville camera, we won't be able to see that because it's going to look through the rain. Let's keep the Danville camera pointed there to the west and maybe even just slightly to the northwest there because let's come back to the Danville camera here, folks. And I'm have Seth and Adam who's in there and got to try to get just a little bit more of a view. So, I think I kind of were looking at it right about there. I think that's probably pretty good. So this would be possibly an area where there is some of that rotation where you might have a tornado that's trying to form. Look how fast. You're going to see just how fast these clouds are moving here and towards us. Again, folks, that right there that's where you possibly see something. So we're watching here. Again, if you've seen those green flashes, if you see, any dust or anything getting kicked up, it would be underneath that area right there, that kind of bowl-shaped area. As that kind of moves in, that would be the concern. So if you're in Danville, especially kind of on the north side of town, definitely be on the lookout there. Getting reports also in Champaign County, or it's in Champaign, damage at the Baytown, Ashland Park, Hunters Pond, apartments areas up there, as I just kind of mentioned. So again, if you are in Iroquois and also Vermilion County, you need to be taking shelter, as we've got rotation showing right up in here. And before we go, and I've got some video we're about to show you, but I want to show you exactly where some of that rotation is, and it's right here. Okay, and it's probably going to get updated here in just a second. Okay, let's take a look at some video from the Ogden area, and then we're going to come back to Danville. So that is in Ogden. There's that leading edge. That's the shelf cloud that you'll see. Gusty winds, downdraft, rain-cooled air comes rushing out there, and you get that real gust right on the leading edge of it, stretches way across the sky, and that is the view that we've got there from a viewer. Again, if you've got pictures or videos, you can send them to us, news@wcia.com, and that's how we can kind of share those with the folks here. All right, we're looking at this area here northwest of Danville. Let me see if I can't get this to kind of switch over to our Chicago radar. Again, we kind of switch back between the Lincoln and Chicago radar, but it's going to be right about in here. Let's come back to the Danville camera again, see if that's showing anything. We'll come back to our Danville camera to give us the view of what's going on there, as we're kind of panning across to see if we see anything. Seth, Adam, you seeing any reports or anything coming out there into?
I'm looking at a lot of tree damage pictures that people are sending in. Thank you for sending in those pictures, by the way. I'm just sifting through to see what I can find and use. Not that we don't want to see the pictures of the clouds, but the damage is one of those things that we really want to pay attention to real quick, so we can kind of sift through and show those when we get a chance to buckle down and show them. But we've got a lot of tree damage across both Champaign, Urbana is a couple spots I've seen so far. Even seen some of that towards Tolono. So yeah, keep sending those pictures. That tells us a good story, or tells us what the story is with these storms as they come on through. Back to you, Kevin.
Can we zoom that Danville camera just a tad? I just want to kind of get a little bit broader picture of that line.
It's zoomed out as much as it can. I'll keep trying.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. You're good. So again, that storm it's literally coming in to the north side of Danville here right now, in the west, north and west side where that circulation is. I would say that circulation is probably going to be, coming there basically just north of downtown, just barely north of downtown, basically where our camera is, but just north of that. And that's what we're kind of pointed into there. Again, these are kind of sometimes difficult to see. These aren't like the tornadoes that we had, up near Livingston County earlier, and Pontiac and Dwight and up there. I mean, those are classic supercells. These are embedded, what we call QLCS tornadoes, that are sometimes kind of difficult to see anything. But just recently got a report of rotation there that was north of Oakwood, south of Henning. Seeing that. Public report of a tornado north of, there was a report of possibly a tornado north of Fithian, which would line up pretty close with when that storm was coming through over there near Fithian. Did you say we've got? Oh, okay. Jacob's got a picture of it. So okay. Are you? Okay. So he's going to send it over to us. So here's our camera in Danville. Look at the trees there. I don't know if we can pan down to the trees there a little bit to maybe see. I mean, look at that tree down there in the bottom part.
Oh wow, you can
of the screen. Can you pan it down a little bit there, guys?
Fighting the wind here. There we go.
Yeah, you can see part of that roof right there, the building right in front of us, the brown brick building. It had a little bit of the top of a shingle or something come off of it.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see the winds there. So that's Danville as it's coming right through. Strong winds. And we'll kind of keep it zoomed out so we're not, yeah, there you go. So there it is. That's what it looks like in Danville as the storm is coming through, really shaking the camera there pretty good. You can see the trees blowing there and somebody driving their truck through the middle of that tornado warning right now. You might want to go take shelter. Because again, a few more cars out there. Hopefully these folks, don't get hit by this tornado that is coming through really close to the downtown Danville area, just to the north and east there, probably just passing just north of downtown. But look at the trees blowing, strong winds coming in. And again, part of the roof over there, kind of shingles or whatever we've got there on top of the roof, kind of kicking up a little bit just across from where our camera is located. So some really strong winds there. rolling into the region. Possible tornado just on the north side of Danville. A tornado warning continues. That is going to continue to off to the east. Got a report of 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts up near the Jamesburg area. That's going to be northeast of Collison, south of Potomac. 75-mile-an-hour winds, and that came through. And so now this thing pushing through Bismarck. You guys are getting hit pretty hard, and eventually this will push into our western counties of Indiana before too long. So here's what we got, folks. Iroquois County, tornado warning. Vermilion County, tornado warning. Watsika, let's see, more into Iroquois. Boy, this thing is just moving so fast. Here's what's wild. In the next 20 minutes, the eastern kind of part of this line is going to be in Indiana and kind of out of our viewing area. I'm just going to switch this back over to the reflectivity. I mean, look at this. The leading edge of this now is on the state line in Indiana, pushing in there. So there's Danville. So now kind of right on that leading edge is where you possibly have that little spin up tornado, but this is now pushing into Indiana. Now we come back down here, southern portions of Vermilion County, and not quite through there yet. So Georgetown, Seidel, it's on top of you, the Ridge Farm area, be on the lookout. And again, severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down to Edgar and Douglas County, several counties with the severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. And then we're still having to watch out for some of this activity here. Got my eyes peeled there into southern Piatt County, heading into Moultrie and Douglas County before too long, with that line that has almost kind of intensified just a little bit here, and in an area that still is kind of primed for additional storms. So I know the folks down into Shelby and Moultrie and Coles County, you guys haven't seen much Cumberland County yet, but this is coming towards you, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Right now, tornado warning is continuing here for eastern portions of Vermilion County and eastern portions of Iroquois County. And here, that leading edge now just kind of passing through Danville, going to be right here on the state line. On the east side there of town, going to be over there by the casino over there, the Golden Nugget, and getting ready to push into Indiana. I'm hearing about more pictures, and I got to tell you, my phone is going off with notifications where we get notifications for power lines down or wires down, Seymour, Tolono, and Champaign. So all kinds of areas got hit here. This is Urbana. Obviously, if you live in Urbana or if you're familiar with it, you know Urbana's got a lot of trees over there, okay? And so they often have damage to some of their trees when storms come through. They just have so many. That was at McCullough and Nevada, I believe, Nevada and McCullough. Some of the tree damage there coming into us. So again, thank you guys. This is in Monticello. If you have pictures, you can share with us. Do so safely after the storm, but news at WCIA.com, news at WCIA.com to kind of help us out in showing off the coverage here of what just occurred. We are about a minute off of the top of the hour. And what we're going to do here is a little bit of a recap here in just a second to kind of reset things for a bit and kind of talk about what's going on here right now with these storms. We've got all kinds of warnings in effect, and we're going to pass along more reports here. Got a report of building collapse near Fithian, possibly over near 1800 North Road near Fithian. And so some of those reports just coming into us now, and there's always that delay. There's the delay in what actually occurred. So that's all going to come in here. So give it about another 10 seconds here. We may have new people that would just be kind of tuning in to our coverage here right at the top of the hour. And we are officially right here, 8 p.m. My name is Kevin Leidy, Chief Meteorologist at WCIA. We've got meteorologist Adam Schwinski and Seth Bonoff here in studio, and Jacob Dickey out in the storm tracker. We have been tracking a very intense line of storms that has produced damage all along this line here. Some 70-mile-an-hour winds, some tornado reports coming into us. The worst of it now, extreme northern eastern portions of Iroquois County and kind of the northeastern portion there of Vermilion County is what's left. It looks like, when I just kind of take a glance at this here with the latest warnings, We've still got this warning now coming into Fountain County, Indiana. It's going to be close there, maybe kind of coming close to Petersburg and to the north there in the Newtown area. And so this is what we've got here. We are still tracking storms that are severe thunderstorm warned all the way from Edgar, Douglas, Moultrie, Shelby County, as this line also dives to the southeast. Let's hand things over to Seth and Adam that are with us here. What are some of the things that you guys have seen here over the past hour, some of the reports, and what's new coming into us here now?
A lot of people have been asking on our stream saying, hey, what about this spot? What about this spot? You know, Decatur's one of them that popped up. One of them that said, hey, what about Rantoul? Hey, what about here? And as the go-to is like, if we're not talking about you, at that second, it usually means that we're more focused on what's happening with the storms that we're currently talking about. So it's kind of a good thing if you don't hear what we're talking about, you guys. So just keep that in your the back of your mind if you're watching us on our stream right now or watching us on TV, that if we're not talking about the specific spot, we're not really hammering that home, then we're probably not watching just yet. There's not too much to look for just yet. You can see the storm reports right there just a second ago. We had a lot here. Now we're looking at power outages. Those power outages showing that we've got a lot there in Champaign, Piatt, DeWitt, Sangamon, Cass County. That makes sense. We got hit pretty hard. Even McLean County, when they had that first wave of some of those stronger storms earlier this afternoon, they had that kind of first initialization of some of those lines of storms. Even Macon County seeing some heavy numbers too as well. But again, if we haven't talked about Cumberland County or Jasper County or Crawford County or Edgar County just yet, or even Park County in Indiana, is because those are not the spots we have seen kind of that development, that changeover just yet. So just keep that in mind, folks. If we're not talking about you, that's kind of a good thing.
Yeah.
You got some. Oh, go ahead, Seth.
No, go ahead. We'll go ahead and show the imagery here. You're going to have to tell me again, Gunner, where this picture that we're about to show is at. This is in Clinton, so you can see some tree damage out that way too. And this was, where the damage reports are, obviously correlates very strongly with where these highest power outage numbers are. The northern half of that segment has been the one that's really done a lot of the work. So kind of like Adam was saying, a lot of people wondering in the, kind of Mattoon area, maybe out there in Taylorville area, what all was happening. This is a porch in Champaign, it looks like. So it looks like a pretty large tree came down on that, damaged part of the structure as well. We have just had all sorts of reports like that. We saw earlier parts of a roof of the building across the road from our studio took some damage as well. So this is exactly what we're saying when we say these straight line winds. You think of a tornado, you think of significant damage in a small area. Well, these widespread winds can cause some moderate, still some pretty heavy damage over a widespread area. We're talking about spanning almost half of the northern half of the area here with damage that looks just like this. So that's why we emphasize, tornado warning seems a lot more pressing than a severe thunderstorm warning. But when you have 70-mile-an-hour gusts, I mean, this is exactly the kind of damage that it can end up doing, and on a much more widespread scale too. So that's why we make the attention known with these wind events, just how much it can do. And they usually lead to some of the outages as well. Like we mentioned, the northern half of the area has taken the brunt of this so far, especially McLean County. Almost 10,000 outages out there last check. And just northwest of us, they got hit pretty hard too with tornadic storms. Across the state, we're almost up to 179,000 outages here. And a lot of these places, for example, Iroquois County, Vermilion County, those really haven't updated yet. It kind of takes a good 10 to 15 minutes after a storm has passed through to see those numbers go on through. So I'd be willing to guess Ford, Iroquois, Vermilion County, probably going to add to this list here soon. So again, that's exactly why we say these linear storms with these straight line winds, they pack a punch, and you see damage across more total yards in the area than what you would with kind of an all tornado event. Both sides of it dangerous, of course, tornado or not. But this is kind of the nature of this event. These strong straight line winds have kind of been equally distributing the weight here, at least across that northern half of the area. Looks like we have dropped a tornado warning. I want to pull up my radar here real quick. Did you have? Oh, we've got a tree right over the top of the car. Can you repeat that street address again, Gunner? Draper and University in Champaign. So hopefully, nobody was in that vehicle. That is a large, healthy tree that has just smacked the top of the car. Could not have hit it any more square than that. So That's some pretty powerful wind activity to get a tree that big to slam on down. And that's why you do not want to catch yourself outside in one of these storms, because that is exactly what could result from that. Get inside a sturdy structure, get away from those walls, because we've seen with some of these other pictures, trees that kind of run into the side of a house. You want to be away from those windows and walls, just as if it was a tornado there itself. Taking a step back and looking at things, Kevin, it looks like our Illinois counties are free of tornado warnings. We still have a couple out there in our western Indiana counties, but at least for the moment, we look to be in better shape than what we would have been about a half hour ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 8:06 p.m. here. We've got several counties with severe thunderstorm warnings. We're still watching Shelbyville. We're still watching Sullivan. We're still watching Tuscola, okay, for strong winds. Tornado warnings are now over here and into Indiana. And just because I know, listen, we do have some folks here that actually can see us over here in Indiana. I know it's a common misconception. Some people can't actually watch us from over here near the Covington area there. There's Vetersburg. And so tornado warning is in effect over here into portions of Fountain County in Indiana and northern portions there. A sliver of Vermilion County and Warren County there. So definitely take shelter if you're over there, as it looks like near Covington is where you're going to have maybe some of that rotation showing up with that storm over there. Okay, we come back here and just kind of show you what we're going to do here just for our planning purposes for our folks that are in the control room there. What's going to happen is since the tornado warnings are just kind of moving out of our kind of area here and into Indiana, what we're going to do is we're going to transition our coverage back over to just digital here in just a couple of minutes or so. But we want to kind of get our bearings here and kind of show you what's going on. Still, the concern is here for down into Coles County, Cumberland County. You guys haven't seen much here yet, but maybe it turns into more of that wind damage threat. Well, listen, this wind damage threat has been pretty significant in a lot of areas here as that line moved through and brought some big-time damaging winds. We've been watching Jacob's shot here, and you can see there's that long shelf cloud. We'll just check in here with him one more time before we kind of wrap up the coverage here. And what are you seeing there, Jacob? Looks like that shelf cloud bearing down on you once again.
Yeah, Kevin, I am now on the north side of Mattoon, and I decided to come south because I'm a little concerned about some of that instability still left over down here. If we can get this line to surge a little more, get that north-south orientation, and I'm seeing that maybe evolve a little even farther west from Springfield to Carlinville, that may allow for more of these pockets of rotation to develop. Now, quite a ways away from it, so got some time here, but we're just going to monitor things and keep an eye on it. If you haven't got storms yet, it does not mean the threat is over. In fact, the atmosphere is still primed for you. If you've had the storms come through, though, then we're pretty much winding things down for you, but the flash flooding threat is still going to continue. So we'll keep you updated, have any updates as needed down here in Coles County and surrounding areas. In the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right, so there again, there's Jacob. And all right, more pictures that we want to show you. Down to power lines over into the DeWitt County area, maybe close to the Clinton area. You can see this is very common. I think this is going to be very common in many locations across central Illinois. Power lines down and trees down because that leading edge, that wind gust was vicious. And then along that, some locations had those little spin ups where some damage caused possibly by a tornado. So this is going to be near Thomasboro, another tree there that you can see is taking on some damage as the storms came through up there into northern portions of Champaign County. So those damage pictures continue to roll in. You can send over your damage reports via our email, news@wca.com, or also on our Facebook page there. We're monitoring some of that. Okay, guys, what's going to happen here again, our policy, tornado warnings, we stay on. We're wall to wall on those tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. We send things back to the regular programming. So we're getting ready to do that. But if you still want to watch our coverage, you can go onto Facebook, YouTube, X, the WCA3 Weather app. We're streaming still on all of those platforms, and we're going to kind of keep things going here because, as Jacob kind of mentioned, there's some areas in Coles County, you guys have not seen those storms yet. There's some instability down there, so it may not be completely out of the woods here just yet. But the tornado warnings that were in effect for Iroquois and Vermilion County now have been expired. And now you're still watching the storm there into Indiana. We'll keep a close eye on that. We transition back to our digital coverage now. We'll see you over there with more coverage as severe weather moves through parts of central Illinois. Maybe so.
Now you are.
All right, we're back on here with you guys. Okay. All right, it's 8:11. We are here with you in the Weather Center, watching things here. A little behind-the-scenes view here for you from our Weather Center here. Jacob out in the storm tracker. There's his view. He's got that just beautiful. I mean, it's from a weather nerd geek standpoint, a beautiful view there, the structure of the storm, but obviously can be very damaging and dangerous. Seth and Adam both in here with us as well as we track the storms continuing to move through the area. So again, folks, we're back to just doing our streaming here online as we watch this line move to the south and east. And I'll have to start watching these little guys out here, see if they start taking on any more of a kind of supercellular, rotational, characteristic shape. But the tornado, or I say, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Christian and Shelby, Moultrie, parts of Coles, and Douglas and Edgar County. I come over here to see what's happening with my folks over there in old Vetersburg, as they've got that tornado warning. So this was the storm that came pretty much through Champaign and came right through, Oakwood, and where we had Fithian report of a possible tornado. And so that same area there now pushing into Indiana. That's what's left of any tornado warnings. Again, those little, it's right there on that little leading edge there. Looks like it may kind of come across the northern portion of town there. Rest of us here still tracking the weather. Lots of pictures coming in. I mistakenly opened up my Facebook inbox because I've been able to look at it, and there's a lot of pictures in there.
Yeah, there's a handful out there.
I think I get one every 3 seconds, and I've just been pinning them because I'm like, I don't have anywhere to put them right now, but I appreciate the sentiment.
We've got a report of a possible funnel cloud just north of Morrisonville, 5 miles north of Morrisonville, from fire protection out that way. So just like you said, these storms out on their own, doesn't look like a ton of organization out there just yet, but obviously someone's on the ground taking a look at that. So just something to be mindful of as that rolls in. Also, if I'm able to, I'm just going to switch over to my computer here just real fast. We've got a pretty incredible look at the shelf cloud getting ready to come through Coles County as well. This is in Mattoon, looking off to the mainly off to the north, a little bit to the west as well. So it's been a common image, just like what we saw with meteorologist Jacob Dickey's image, as these shelf clouds and those strong winds get ready to surge on through. So just hunker down. A lot of places haven't been involved in the action just yet, but your time, as you can tell, is coming soon here, looking at that sky cam in Mattoon.
Yeah, so there's Jacob shot once again, as he is out there, ground level. You can see some of the crops there. See some lightning off in the distance. That long shelf. I haven't heard, and hopefully we don't hear about it anymore, but I'd be curious to know about any crop damage.
That's a good idea. Yep,
that,
good point.
May have occurred in some areas where we've had those strong winds.
It feels like a lot of them have been tree damage and power lines so far that we've gotten damage reports on.
Well, hopefully that's the case. Looks like
Farmers have had enough to worry about so far this year,
Right,
and now
yeah, right.
flattening of their crops just adds to the pile.
Yeah, hopefully not. So it looks like Jacob's gonna have to reposition there as he comes across. All right. So we're tracking again strong storms, severe thunderstorm warnings all along this line. Again, that view from our Mattoon. I'm going to come back to that because that's an impressive view here. Let me pull that back up. Oh, look at Gibson City. There's the sun trying to come back out. Stark contrast from what they're seeing there in Mattoon. Look at that shelf cloud begin to move in. You guys are going to see that leading edge where you could have some really strong winds come right into parts of Coles County there. Let's look at that view there. And this is, I'm just going to pan this across and look how far across the sky that shelf cloud goes. From left all the way across the sky. And here in just a little bit, you guys are going to experience those strong winds coming in. You can see some of the lightning there off into the distance as that storm is about to come in to the Mattoon, Charleston area, Arcola, Humboldt. That's what we're kind of looking at. We're looking up there. And to the west, as that line of storms moves in. Ooh, it looks scary and ominous. And I can definitely understand the anxiety that some people may have after some of the storms you had. I got to tell you, just a lot of winds. Look at that lightning showing up there.
I'm going to toss this in your computer real quick. Springfield, kind of on the backside of these storms, but they're kind of taking a whacking here too. Pretty dark skies right over the capital, so they're in the thick of it right now with the heavy rain.
Yeah, so Springfield also seeing the extremely heavy rainfall. Some gusty winds. Does look pretty dark over there.
And they had a flash flood warning right over the city last night, did they not? And they're kind of in the midst of probably the most rain out of this system so far. So.
Yeah. Looks like they just issued a brand new gigantic severe thunderstorm warning polygon, or has that been there and I just didn't
no, I think that's
okay,
new. Yeah, that looks new. To me.
We're at
Ooh, look at the lightning.
Christian, Shelby, Moultrie, that one.
that one's. I thought that's been for a while.
I'm not sure. I have kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were so focused on the tornado warnings. No, I get you.
So a lot of lightning there in Springfield. So Taylorville, Shelbyville, Sullivan, you guys are kind of next. Let's kick you back over here to the Mattoon camera because we're about to get overtaken before too long with that shelf cloud. And you'll see that leading edge where the winds really begin to pick up.
And it's wild just how you go from nothing, you go from 0 to 100 so fast because here at the studio, like I said, I was just about to pop my head out when the storm was coming. And then 5 seconds later, I feel like the garage door is gonna rip off where it's drilled in. And that happened in a hurry. I thought I was about to walk outside. And then just like that, it moved on through. So, I mean, yeah, look, the trees are still as can be, but in about, we'll give it still another 10-ish minutes outside of Mattoon before things really start to ramp up.
Yeah, definitely had that storm there just kind of quickly. Yeah, that's the thing. It goes from calm to nothing just so fast, and that line was moving at such a fast pace too. I mean, the line itself had to be moving like 60 miles an hour most of the way. And so,
right.
That forward progression and then just, the winds and the outflow from the storm. And yeah, it's no surprise that we had 60, 70 mile an hour winds, pretty widespread and along that. So now we're watching Coles County, we're watching Moultrie, we're watching Shelby County, eventually, more of Cumberland County and Effingham County as this moves through. Let's see here.
Just got a spotter said that they just messaged me on Facebook saying from Edgar County about 10 minutes ago, multiple small funnels forming and sizzling out as the front of the storm came in, which that doesn't surprise me considering the nature of this line. It looks like they might have those spindles and then they kind of form and then unform yet again. So it's a quick report from that.
I am starting to grow a little curious about some of the storms in southwestern Christian County. Come down here, maybe right there near Wagner, Farmersville, Morrisonville area. Just looking a little interesting right about there.
It is dark in Mattoon. Like, this is about as dark as it can get. I know it's kind of getting to the point where we lose the daylight, but the deepness of the blue color moving right overhead is just, it's crazy. And this is an intense storm about to move on through. And yeah, this is going to be one of those that looks terrifying as it rolls on through. Maybe not quite as bad looking as it is there, but it will get windy and be just like every other place here. Just expect those strong winds to move on through. I'm going to work on getting another picture here in just a moment. More damage in Champaign. Looks like a road is close, so give me just a moment or two and I'll work on that.
Okay. So you can see that first little batch there, that little shelf cloud you may get a little gust there right on that kind of leading edge. We'll wait for the updated kind of radar scan to come into us, but there are little pockets there of rotation, that can kind of show up. And so we're going to continue to monitor any of those. So yeah, it is getting so dark there. Just kind of panning around to kind of look at things. Keeping a close eye on this line of storms as it moves in to Coles County. We're also watching down into Christian County, as I said.
Jacob just posted, and I'm going to share it on Facebook too, a picture or a video from the Streeter tornado. He wasn't up there, but somebody else he shared it from, and that is a wild storm. Just going to throw that out there. So if you guys happen to see it on my Facebook page, feel free to share it, but that is an intense tornado.
And that was with the storms during our 5 o'clock newscast, I believe. Well toward north, but yeah, those were your classic Kansas, Oklahoma tornadoes that were happening up there, folks. Those discrete supercells, those were quite impressive earlier today. These are more of those quick spin-up tornadoes, QLCS tornadoes that occur.
Real quick, I'll go ahead and share that image here. So this is what got sent in. This is in Urbana. This was at High Cross Road and Perkins. This is just south of Airport Road. Again, in Urbana, tree over the road. Looks like police are on scene closing off that road. A lot of healthy trees going down today, and it takes some powerful storms to get entire trees that had no problems otherwise heading into today to completely come down there. And it looks like, I don't know if it's on that car or if it's just in front of it, but might have another tree on car situation here. So again, that's High Cross Road, north of Perkins and south of Airport Road in Urbana. That was sent in by Deborah just about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, a lot of trees over there in Urbana. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. All right, so just as I was thinking, confirmed wall cloud west of Morrisonville with rotation. I'm just curious if they're going to have to, if that gets upgraded or bumped up or not. We'll see. Just watching these little storms, and when they start taking on that little shape just a little bit, always makes us have to go, what do we got over there? It's broad, but maybe a little bit of rotation trying to show up on our storms down here in Christian County. As we mentioned, there's still some instability down there in Coles and Shelby County as this line of storms moves in. So not quite out of the woods here yet in terms of a tornadic potential. Yes, definitely, wind damage will probably still be the main threat, but if any of these storms sort of take on a little bit more of a characteristic, you might get that tornado warning upgrade. So you almost kind of have to treat it as, severe thunderstorm warning, but you could get a tornado in there too. So we are keeping an eye on all of these areas. So here's the movement of our storms to kind of give you an idea, the path they're kind of taking, kind of an east and southeast movement. So we're watching a lot of spots here.
Go ahead and peek again at our Matt Toon camera as things inch a little.
Is it just black? Straight
yeah,
black?
you can still kind of tell something. We're going to have to probably get some lightning to help us out here before too long. The thumbnail indicator looks really good. I'm going to see if that's still the way it looks. There we go. How about that?
Oh, my goodness.
Nice splash of sunshine at the end of the day. Pink and gold look there. So just
Is that Decatur?
yeah, that's Decatur looking to the west. So north and west, kind of a nice way to end the day out there.
Just had somebody ask about that, and I responded on Facebook for them. But yeah,
There we go, Gibson City. That's
Oh.
there's some nice clear skies there on the horizon. So not all bad here across the area. We're kind of getting a nice ending here to the day in some places. I mean, look at that. Soak that in Gibson City area after the storms that they had today, where things got pretty gusty up there. That was the area where we kind of had the highest tornado threat at one point in the day. So things wrapping up nicely for them there. But for every spot that looks nice here this evening as those storms are rolling out, we got a couple others that aren't looking. They're looking a little mean, we should say. I'm going to peek over at Effingham as well. They're still kind of a ways away from this line of storms moving on in. So we'll take a peek there if the graphics switch over. So I'm not really seeing too much on that. Kind of just keep an eye on the map too. So you can see there's still a good amount of daylight left in Effingham. So this storm's blocking out what little daylight they have in Mattoon. It should be a little brighter than that right now, but that leading edge is moving on through. These storms still warned for gusts now just around 60 miles an hour is where it looks like a lots of our storms are ranking in at. And of note, it kind of looks like there's noticeably a much higher amount of lightning on the southern half of these storms, kind of that southern segment. I'll pop up radar here and we'll take a look at it together. So we'll throw that on. We'll put our lightning bolts on here, and we'll just kind of take a look at that. So we'll zoom on in here. Just a lot more density down here. You see those brighter, kind of wider looking lightning bolts are more recent ones. Ones out here, up and down 57. You see a lot more of those darker, dimmer ones. So maybe not quite the same, not quite the same kick to the atmosphere out that way as there is out here to the west. So it's just this big blob of rain. We'll take the lightning off real quick. The heaviest rain into parts of Sangamon, Christian County is also being accompanied by just a ton of lightning. So don't have to worry about not seeing storms out that way. You will be able to as that electric line moves on through. But again, just notice off to the north and east, not quite as powerful out that way. And as we mentioned, some of these little individual storms out ahead of this line, that's probably good confirmation as well that we've got this as our area of action. Where there's just a little more potential, a little more oomph to the atmosphere still. And we'll keep an eye out for that. Out that way, looks like we've got an expanded severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that would be this one that kind of accompanies all of Christian County now, parts of Macon County. And, of course, they've been warning these things well out ahead of the line. So you've got plenty of heads up here for these storms, but don't waste any time because we've seen all the damage pictures, all the trees on buildings, all the trees on cars. Make sure that you're in a spot that you can wait out this storm because these winds are no joke here with these storms rolling through this evening. Also got a fair amount of flash flood warnings behind this too. That's those green boxes on the back side of everything. A lot of rain here over the last few days for some places. Kind of all started last weekend with a bunch of ponding storms up there into Vermilion County. And it's just continued. We started to dry things up, and now we're getting some more rain, hearing some thunder outside the studio here. So still got a few little pockets of electricity in Champaign. We'll go ahead and check back in. I'm going to look at the watches real quick. I think they've maybe been trimming back a few of those. Looks like just Livingston County has been removed. So still under that tornado watch. It technically goes till 1 a.m., at least the southeastern part does, the newer edition earlier in the afternoon. I don't imagine the threat lasts until 1 a.m. Looks like this line will continue to keep itself moving along here. So we may start to see places get removed from that watch as this line makes its way through here over the next hour or two. And hopefully not much longer than that. It is 8:30 right now, and we've still got, it looks like, just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the area. So we've dropped a handful of warnings that were previously in not too long ago. So just down to 2. But even still, if you're in those warnings, get inside, get away from those exterior walls, because these winds have been ignoring buildings and just kind of going straight through them, cars in some cases. You don't want to catch yourself outside in any of that. Let's see here. Got a report from Emergency Management Vermilion County, nearly 10,000 people without power across Vermilion County right now. So they took some pretty direct hits there from the wind, it sounds like. And they are, again, up there into the 10,000 range as far as people without power. Reports have kind of slowed down here just a tiny bit within the last 10 minutes. So hopefully we're getting to that point where we're not going to get quite as many of those as things push on out of the area, but still some time to go here. These storms just kind of maybe dragging their feet a tiny bit in some places, but we'll continue to watch out.
Looks like Kevin found the picture I was just about to tell him about.
I've got, so we'll kick back over to, hello. Howdy, folks.
Well, there we go.
There we go. This is going to be up near the north side of town. Getting a lot of reports up there near the kind of Ashland Park subdivision. So it's basically north of Walmart on Prospect.
This is from Ryan Springer.
Yep, from Ryan Springer. Fellow WBGL colleague. So he's up there, and just look at that sign. Look at it bent. Like, you just got to think, like that's got to be hard to do, right? I mean, a lot of force.
Metal's pretty sturdy.
Metal usually is fairly sturdy there, but you kind of have to wonder. This is kind of interesting, and I just thought about this for the first time. Look at the holes.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the holes, right? If the wind is going into those holes there, maybe creates that extra added force that allows to kind of bend some of those over, but still, as you can see there. So very interesting.
Kind of like we talk with people parking under an overpass. That same amount of air has got to go through a smaller tunnel now. Maybe the same thing with the holes in the stop sign there. Just a ton of air rushing through. Maybe kind of got it bent up there in a couple places. But yeah, that's usually don't see that too often. Metal bent right down there at the base too.
I believe he also sent a video in.
Yeah, I got
showing. Oh,
I got them all queued up here.
He's got them all queued up.
Getting ready to go to him. So this is you can see some of the structure roofing over there on the house there. This is going to be that same Ashland Park subdivision area up there. And there's another just snapped right there. Interesting. It's like I have to snap at kind of the same spot.
Oh, it's a different sign too.
That's a different sign.
That is bizarre. Now that there's 2 of them, just like
two of them, just like that. And then I want you to watch this video. It's a pretty good video.
It is.
Pretty good video.
Just the shingles coming off.
Yeah.
Look at the shingles across and the house across.
Just look at the street and all the debris going across too.
Yeah. Again, north side of Champaign, Prospect. And I'm going to run it to you one more time. Just watch the very beginning of this here once again. Just everything rolling down the street. You can see the shingles there on the house. Look at the trees there. Bending in the wind. So thanks to Ryan for seeing that. He said there's a lot of it in his neighborhood up there. So much damage like that with trees down up there. Fortunately, I don't think there's a lot of power lines up there because that's kind of like a, newish subdivision kind of area that's up there in comparison to, some older ones in Champaign. So more of the buried, maybe power lines and whatnot. But here's what we've got, folks. still tracking thunderstorms and severe thunderstorm warnings. It's interesting that storm has not even made it to Charleston and Mattoon yet. And we were watching that shelf cloud kind
of looked like it was over the top.
Yeah, it's kind of strange there.
There's a new severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be needed soon for I-70 southward, along the I-70 corridor southward. So that would include Effingham. Again, that'd be a severe thunderstorm warning. This is coming from the National Weather Service. They have a mesoscale discussion. And it stretches all the way up towards Muncie, Indiana, down towards just outside of the St. Louis area. So I think we're going to see another watch here fairly soon within the edges of our viewing area.
Working on putting together some outage numbers here on the side, but just real quick, both McLean and Vermilion County have over 10,000 people without power. Sangamon County's got 12,500 without power. Statewide, that number's up to 210,000.
Wow.
Peoria and Tazewell combined for over 30,000 on their own. So we got a ton of people without power here now into the nighttime hours. Champaign also over 10,000. So we got 4 counties that are over 10,000 in outages here. And, well, that's exactly what you expect with wind-driven storms like we've seen tonight.
Man, that's wild there. Vermilion County and Champaign County also have pretty impressive numbers too. Man, that is a lot of folks. 200,000 across the state, more than 200,000. That's quite a few. Okay, if you think about that, that number is probably closer to 1 million. Because it's customers,
Right.
And I know not every house has, 4 people in it or 5 people, but like some do. If you average it out, maybe 800,000. You'd say average 4-person household, maybe. So there could be, 800,000 to 1 million people without power across the state of Illinois tonight. So that is a wild number.
You just got a report that almost the entire west side of Rantoul is out of power. Arby's, Walmart, Culver's, Burger King, Little Caesars, Jersey Mike's, Circle K are all out of power, and so is Starbucks in Rantoul.
Well, now you just made me really hungry.
Didn't mean to make you hungry, but I thought I'd just share that.
Those are all great options, Adam.
Yeah, that's from somebody I know in Rantoul, so taking that forward.
Jacob's got the camera on himself. I'm not sure.
I see Jacob now.
Yeah.
Is he eating?
I'm not sure if he is or not.
Yeah,
he's chewing on something.
He's chewing on something. Got some gum. Want to share with the class?
Let's see here. Where do we have him? Is he on 6?
He's on 6, yep.
All right. We got his audio
he's
up.
shooing us away.
Oh, hold on here. There's Jacob.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
I hear an echo, a really big echo on your guys' voices. Do you guys hear an echo at all?
I do not. I don't
Maybe
hear
that
it.
was just my phone system. I don't
You
hear
don't
an echo
hear
now. Okay, I got
hear
some
an
damage
echo.
reports
Go
that I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Jacob.
You don't
Go
hear
ahead.
anything? I got some damage reports I can give you that I've been making some calls and just kind of doing some things while I'm waiting here in Mattoon. In Gibson City, south of town, an RV park down there, the Gibson City campgrounds, there were several campers that were rolled over. I don't have any information on injuries on that. And a farm to the east, I actually went to school with one of the kids that you grew up in that farm. And they told me that they sent pictures. They have lots of tree damage. They have a concrete silo. They said it's just missing. They don't know where it's at. And so that may have been a tornado that went through that area. That's on a straight line path west to east. And that was all those quick spin-ups, Kevin. They finally put that tornado warning out for. Also have in Baytown, there's 3 buildings with roof damage. One of the apartment buildings has completely lost the roof. Others are missing parts of the roof. And then I had a report up by the Farm and Fleet of some damage up that way. And so don't have much information about the Urbana area, but I think there was probably a tornado North Prospect. I got a picture of some swirling dust that kind of went through up there towards the FedEx. So that could have very well been that rotation that happened very quickly the north side of Champaign. And then I also got some information. There is a propane leak in Newman at I believe it's a Helena chemical company that their first responders are heading to the scene of there. And so that's some other damage that's coming in from Douglas County. And then, like you guys are saying, there's trees down all over. There's power lines down all over. There's all kinds of stuff that are going on here. I don't know if you can see it. Can you guys see a little splash of orange in the horizon there as well? Getting a little peak of sunshine in between the storms here in Mattoon. Cool breeze coming in through. Temperature has dropped. It's still in the 80s, but it feels kind of nice out there. And we've been watching the thunder and lightning to the north. Going to watch and see specifically what happens with, let's see, do I have that plugged in? I don't have that plugged in. Going to see what happens specifically with that next cluster of storms, Decatur to Taylorville. But I kind of like the way things are trending. We'll keep an eye on it, though. You haven't had storms yet. Still got that chance, and that's why I'm down here, down to the south now, kind of keeping an eye on things. That is my report from Coles County and just getting some information out. So I will go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks for the report there, Jacob, down there. Let us know what has been going on as he's been traveling around. We're still seeing lightning, obviously, with the storms down to our south, and that's what we're looking at there. Again, tons of people, thousands upon thousands of people that are without power. And boy, I hope, you know how hot and humid it was today. Now your AC isn't working, but hopefully some of that cooler air is going to start to work its way in here. But still looking at some areas of thunderstorms rolling through the area here tonight. You can see Christian County over into Shelby County as the warnings continue. Douglas, Coles, Edgar County, severe thunderstorm warnings with the wind damage threat. But I think it was that first little initial kind of line that really did. It's interesting. We haven't heard of other reports in the past half hour.
Yeah.
From the other parts of this line that are kind of oriented more kind of moving southward as opposed to kind of the eastern moving portion of that line that had all of those damage reports. So kind of interesting there, because if you kind of look at the orientation of this line, you can kind of see two areas. You've got this almost kind of bowed segment right there, and then this one that kind of goes more like this. And so it was this one here that, had all of those damage reports as it kind of ripped off there from west to east. But as some of these storms move a little bit more kind of to the south, we just haven't seen those same reports. Now, it's not to say that isn't going to change, but so far, we've not seen as many with this kind of southward moving line. But we'll have to watch and kind of wait and see. A lot of heavy rainfall coming as well. All right. Hold on here. Hold on here.
In your ear. You don't have to, have me on. Hey, I just got a message about this kind of is in line with the Baytown Drive, the Ashland Park, and that area. North on 45, north of 74, Beck's Country Shop. The roof is apparently gone in that. It's kind of a little bit of a semi-industrial area out there just east of Frasca Field. And so there's a lot of damage up that way, and that might be a place where a reporter can go. That lines up perfectly with that rotation signature that they put the tornado warning on, Kevin.
Yeah, I think you're right. All the damage is kind of lining up there, right there, just kind of northeast side of town. Matter of fact, while we got the time here, let's roll back the radar maybe to when that was coming across. So, but it's so wild to look at the radar view. So here it is. I mean, that's that little area right there. See what kind of sticks out just a little bit? I'm just going to pull on this is earlier, folks. This was around 7:24 p.m. And so right here, what has started probably developing, I mean, the wild thing is unfortunately, we have radar scans that come in like every few minutes, but these were moving so fast that they traversed so much, real estate in a short amount of time that you kind of skip over, the normal kind of movement of the storm. So that was the scan at 7:25. And then there it was at 7:26. But there it is. I mean, that's it right there. You can see it there between Leverett Road. So basically what we can do here is we can zoom all the way down in here. And so then, this would have came across Olympian Market, just north of, Marketplace Mall. And coming across there by Frasca.
3 apartment buildings have to be evacuated, and everyone's going to hotels at Baytown.
3 apartment buildings had to be evacuated, and everyone's having to go to a hotel up there. So is that Baytown? Significant roof damage at Baytown Apartments. Don't we used to have some people that worked here that lived there. I don't know if anybody still does or not.
We have
But
somebody who's on the road right now who's lives up there. Hey, I might be wrong.
okay, yeah. So I think we have some employees that even live up in that area. What's up, Kelly?
Derek Mitchell on a train. Read that.
Yeah, so the Amtrak train stopped south of Gilman due to debris blocking the tracks. Yeah, so yeah, some damage there. So that train that's coming from Chicago to Gilman is stopped. That happens obviously if some trees, some branches are across the tracks there. So again, this was the radar view when that thing came across. So that's the rotation that kind of came through. So it would have been right there. There's Frasca. You can see Airport Road and Frasca Field. That's right there. And so that would have been where you would have had some there. So there's the airport. That's right there. And notice I'll switch back on, and yeah, the rotation that came right across. Then that continued off there to the east. Yeah, again, just moved so fast. But definitely a little circulation. It was very subtle. It was there. This little area right here, I'll point it out to you again, but would have started right there and just came right across 45, right through here. So those apartment complexes that are up there on the north side of Champaign is what has been damaged, roof damage up there. All right, let's bring it back to the here and now. Several counties have warnings associated with them. You can see that there are storms up here into Christian, Shelby, Moultrie County. Warnings here into Edgar County. Just severe thunderstorm warnings, but boy, you can just see some of these areas here. You're looking for any kind of structure and just not seeing anything that's completely standing out to me. And again, it's just so interesting. We've not had any reports of wind, although I still think there's definitely still some wind in there. I'm watching maybe down near Pana. Oh. Pana and the Tower Hill area. I'll just tell you that's got my attention a little bit. We'll have to be watching that. Just going to be keeping an eye down there over the next 5-10 minutes or so. We are looking at Shelby County, Coles County. It's so interesting. Mattoon and Charleston have not been hit yet. The storm has not hit the Mattoon Charleston area yet.
We were making it sound like they were going to get smoked half an hour ago, but it's just kind of slowed itself down. That particular portion has, anyway.
Kind of moved a little bit more to the southeast. Oh, 8:49. So we're going to be doing the 9 o'clock newscast here. Seth's going to jump on there. And for some folks that don't know, I mean, you're winding up your time here, Seth.
Yeah, that's right. We kind of went in today thinking this might be kind of the last all hands on deck event that I'll be part of. Yeah, my last show was on this coming Sunday. But I also noticed the day 3 outlook does have severe weather possible on Saturday. So we'll see what happens with that. You know, we've kind of put all of our chips on the table here with yesterday and today, because those were kind of those higher caliber events. Saturday appears to be a little more innocent right now, but we're not going to dive into the weeds on that. So yeah, it's pretty fitting, very poetic, if you will. That's we went a month without severe weather, and then the last weekend got a little 1-2, maybe even 1-2-3 punch with some of that. So yep, this is kind of getting to the end, and it's been an honor and a pleasure to do it alongside a pretty good team and cover some folks who are very helpful with making sure that we've got all the info here, all these pictures, all these reports. It makes our job a lot easier because we can't be everywhere at once. We've got our technology here, but we can't see the tree that's down in your yard. We can't tell when your power's out. So it's the people like you at home that make the job worth doing, and wouldn't have it any other way, would we, Kevin?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of how kind of fitting here for us. And yeah, so Seth's final days here with us and going out with a bang on what is probably going to wind up being, you know, similar to some of those. Obviously, you know, I think we can't call this a derecho,
right?
You know, but you know, you had a squall line with intense winds, with a ton of instability, a lot of energy, and a lot of power lines down. A lot of people without power here tonight. I know you were working on. Were you working on that power outage graphic?
Yeah, I can pull it up here again real quick. Assuming there haven't been major changes in the last couple minutes here, I'll go ahead and pop that up and look at it again here. So we've got 4 different counties. That's where those maroon circles are. 4 different counties that have over 10,000 outages. That would be Sangamon County, McLean County, Champaign County, and Vermilion County. Let me get some exact numbers over here on my page on the side, and we'll get kind of down to what the exact numbers are. So Champaign County, just about 10,500. Vermilion County is now up to 11,000. McLean, technically under 10,000. They've got 9,994. Sangamon County, 14,500 without power. So those are some pretty big counties taking up a big percentage of our outage numbers. But notice all those other places with the purple circles, that's at least 1,000 without outages or with outages. And like we said earlier, these are customers without power. So that could very well be a handful of people there per customer there that lives in the same house that are seeing some of those outages. So again, we'll have reports like that coming up in our 9 o'clock newscast here before too long, and we'll keep getting things prepared for that. Might kind of transition to a period of silence here before too long as we get ready to make that switch. And I'll go ahead and hand it back to you for a moment, Kevin. Make sure I've got things lined up here for this upcoming show.
All right, so Seth getting ready here for our 9 o'clock show. Here we go. And we are still watching our storms here that are moving through. But ironically, not seeing any reports that have come in here as of late. I got a lot just messy kind of radar views down there in Shelby County. With some, you know, wind shear that might be showing up on radar, and still some strong winds that might be coming through kind of Bethany and Sullivan right now. And actually, let me see here. Looking at our Christian County cell. Again, folks that are in southern, you know, Coles and Cumberland County, Jacob's still down there south of Mattoon, west of Lerna. Cumberland County, Effingham County, don't let your guard down just yet, as you still have some of that instability, some of that energy for these storms to feed off of here tonight. All right, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna take a little break, and 9 o'clock newscast is about to come on. So I encourage you guys to turn on WCIX. We will keep the stream going up here, but during the newscast, we'll have to kind of transition. Matter of fact, I wonder if I can.
Think you can get it upstairs?
Well, yeah, I think we have that, and if, maybe pull that up in like, put that in like, yeah, whichever one, yeah, 6. Pull it up in 6 and see if you see, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be because it's probably closed down right now. So I'd have to go open something up. All right, let me just run up there real quick. I'm going to put you guys, Seth's trying to get ready for the newscast here, so we're just going to shut the audio off for a second, and we'll be right back. I'm going to try to transition here to maybe our upstairs. Hold on. of Central Illinois. So I'll give it a second before we continue along and do a little bit of coverage. But again, WCIA 3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy hanging here with you a little bit after 9 o'clock. If you can see and hear me okay, let me know in the chat. Thank you, folks, for tuning in here tonight. All right, folks, if you can see and hear me okay now, let me know. If you can see and hear me okay, let me know as we've transitioned up here to our WCA 3 Plus studio. Thanks for joining us here. Seth is downstairs on WCIX, the news at 9 o'clock. Give a shout out in the chat if you are able to see and hear us here tonight. We've kind of transitioned from our downstairs studio coverage up to our WCA 3 Plus. All right, you can hear and all good now. All right, good to know. Good to know. Let's see. Since we're kind of resetting things a little bit here, I'm just curious where everybody is tuning in from here tonight. Where are you guys tuned in and watching tonight? I'd be curious to hear from some of you. All right, got sound again. All good. So again, just kind of transition back and forth between the different. Oh, we got Adam here. Yep, you're good. You get some sleep. There goes Adam. Adam's going home to sleep for a few hours, and then he'll be back in here on the morning show. So, thanks for coming in, Adam. All right, where are you guys tuned in here for tonight? You can see Jacob's shot there. And I just want to adjust the camera. I've been watching our camera here, Champagne camera. Man, it's just been kind of lit up with a lot of lightning bolts to the south. I'm going to see if I can pan it up so you guys get a little bit of better view of those storms that are to our south. I've been watching a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes kind of down that way. So I thought we'd maybe pan the camera around a little bit so you guys could see it a little bit better. Ooh, still some of those lightning strikes there. All right, still watching in Paris and Oakland, Belgium, Humboldt. More warnings coming out, severe thunderstorm warnings. Big area here, severe thunderstorm warnings. Shelbyville and Oakwood. And still watching in Mattoon. Things calming down quite a bit here in Champaign, in Danville, Monticello. You guys really are good here for the rest of tonight. In Clinton, Springfield, we're just kind of looking on the southern half of the viewing area. So still monitoring places in Shelby County and in Moultrie County, Coles, Douglas, Edgar, eventually Cumberland County too. The severe thunderstorm warnings continuing, just an interesting little complex of storms. It's, we have if you look at the loop of this whole line, and I'm going to take it back even more. Let's go back sorry about that. I'm going to take it back. There's the endless loop there. Take the radar back 3-hour loop and just look. You can see the kind of the orientation of that kind of northern line that went through DeWitt and Piatt and Champaign and Vermilion County is kind of oriented more, kind of that little bow. And then now we're kind of getting this kind of southern push here with these little fingers, so to speak, These little lines of storms here down into Shelby County and moving into Coles County here too. It was that first initial line that definitely brought all of that wind damage. And boy, I'm gonna put a graphic up here, and I think it's going to be quite overwhelming with all of the reports, but we're going to look at it. Just want to see how many storm damage reports we've had. Quite a few, but notice a lot of it kind of across our northern kind of half of our viewing area, but just a ton. You can kind of see it there from Springfield over here into DeWitt County, Piatt County, Champaign County, into Vermilion County, possible tornado reports. Let me see what my ability is to try and get Jacob on here, because we've got his shot. And I think Jacob, if you give me a little mic check, let me see if I can hear you or not. I don't know if I can. Okay. Jacob, are you there by chance? Jacob, if you're there, let's see if we can hear from you. Jacob, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Where do you think you had some power flashes out there? Okay. All right. Thanks for the report there. Jacob out there seeing possibly some power flashes over there with some straight line winds, maybe in Mattoon. So we're watching that. Hearing some loud thunder. Still here at the station. A lot of lightning. Oops, sorry about that. Lots of lightning still on our storms here. Look at all, even behind the line, there's still a ton of lightning showing up. So highly electrified line of storms. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect still here at 9:14 p.m. And Jacob, there in the top left part of your screen in the storm tracker. Our weather camera there in the middle part of left side of your screen. And we're looking at the storm tracker Doppler here. So that lightning continues to flash. Looking here from Champaign as we look to the south. Again, I believe it was a 68-mile-an-hour wind gust that Willard recorded. Some flashing lights there in our camera off in the distance. Not sure if this is any kind of weather related stuff. Looking at our camera there, Champaign. I don't know if that's Windsor. But definitely a lot of red and blue lights down there. Let me see if I can see anything on our app. Probably wires down. A lot of wires down across Champaign County. Man, there are probably 24 reports of wires down across Champaign County. Brownfield Road in Urbana, Pheasant Ridge, and East Perimeter Road in Rantoul, 3rd Street in Fisher, Church Street in Champaign, Franklin Street in Penfield, Parkview in Savoy. Let me see. Jacobs there. Let me see if I can. All right, Jacob, I want to try to hear from you now. Do you got a report there? What do you got? Okay, again, guys, there. Jacob rolling through Mattoon area, talking about some trees possibly down in a few spots and some limbs and whatnot. Okay, again, guys. Still monitoring our storms as they move across. Here's the interesting thing. We've not had a ton of reports of, we had that, the reports basically across Piatt and Champaign and Vermilion counties, just a ton, just a straight line. We probably had a tornado, but we have not really heard anything on this kind of southern end with this line so far. As we track the storms that continue to move across parts of central Illinois here tonight. I feel like I've looked at like the same radar for the past hour. I feel like I've been watching these storms are just kind of leisurely kind of coming through, which is a wild concept to think about because we had, that line that came through so fast earlier today. I think it was racing at 60 miles an hour. Now this one just kind of like hanging around, probably dumping some heavy rainfall. Lots of lightning on our storms here. What I'm going to try to do is come over and look at some of your guys' reports coming into us here of what you are seeing. So let me know what you guys are seeing out there in your neck of the woods. Tree down near my house in Urbana. Had trouble going to my neighborhood. Again, feel free to rapid fire off some of the comments. I'll read some of it off here. Those of you that have some damage reports. Strong winds and some rain in Charleston. No power in Mansfield. Autumn says it's dark. I can't see nothing. Wicked lightning and wind in Tuscola. Power out south side of Tuscola. Power out near Lawson Park, Mattoon. Power lines down in Mattoon. Power flickered a couple times in Mattoon. Rain and lightning in Strasburg. No power in Hammond. Mattoon by Lakeland College. No power. The old bird feeder knocked off the tree in Shelbyville or Shelby County. Power out in parts of Mattoon. Police car and fire truck outside my house in Sullivan, but can't see why. Trees and power lines down in Bethany. Pouring rain, whipping winds in Charleston. Why record-breaking tornadoes in Illinois this year? I don't know. We become the new Tornado Alley. It's right here. We're the heart of it. No power, Hoopston. Sullivan. There's a power line fire north Urbana off Cunningham. Think they've got it under control now. Power out in Danville. So again, the power outages could come from multiple kind of things. It could come from the strong winds that we've had. Also come from these lightning strikes. There's a ton of lightning. Power up, BMed. BMed's been out without power since last night. You guys might be all out of power because of the storms from last night still. Power out near the Urbana Middle School. Hammond, no power. Tolono without power. Northern Tolono without power. No, so far, no rotation on any of these storms. No power in Attica, Indiana. We're in Fountain County. Shout out. The Red Ramblers. Part of my tree on my roof and ran tool. Glad it didn't come through. Yeah, me too, Vicky. Rachel, power out in Tuscola now. Hammond has so many trees down, says Kelsey. I believe Jacob's in Mattoon, I believe. Yes, there's Jacob. Jacob in Mattoon. Can we get some more info on what's going on in Mattoon, please? Okay. Well, let's see. We've had some storms come through. Looks like you've got another little line about to come through. More storms rolling through the area. Might have some gusty winds. Kind of had that first little batch just kind of come through right there. That just came through. And so another line to the west. That one doesn't look maybe as strong as what the other one was. A lot of lightning. And more wires down notifications coming into us here. Again, folks, look at the radar here. All right. This whole area here, we've got storms kind of moving one after another. Looks like kind of this little complex of winds that are moving like to Newman, Oakland right now. Probably some strong winds right there. From what I can tell there on radar, that looks like just some really strong winds in that whole little complex. So, Chrisman, Georgetown, I'll be watching you guys there. Let's see what this guy's doing over here, southwest of Windsor. Lots of trees down in Monticello. Yeah, I haven't heard much from about up in the Streeter area. They had quite the classic tornado signature. This is up here. Streeter. Just outside of Livingston County. South side of town got hit by a tornado. I'm up there. Looked like a pretty intense one. Power out in Garrett. Okay, folks, what I'm going to do here is we're going to transition back downstairs since the newscast is over. And we'll come back down there with you and then get ready for the 10 o'clock newscast and see what else. I'm going to go down and see what else our team has learned about the storms that have come through tonight and obviously caused quite a bit of damage and still doing some damage in some areas. So stick with us. Again, we're going to switch back over to our setup that we have downstairs in the studio and kind of see what's going on down there. So Thanks for joining us here. Live stream, severe weather coverage on this 11th day of June 2026, 9:30 p.m. now. And we'll catch you back downstairs in just a second. Okay. All right, folks. Should be back here with you on the stream down here in the studio. How you guys doing? Seth just finished up his 9 o'clock newscast. 10 o'clock coming up here. Have you heard any new things or anything, Seth, or any new reports? Or
No, nothing super recent. Yeah, just kind of been out there in the newsroom. We showed a lot of those pictures that we got throughout the evening on the 9 o'clock, and just like we said, just tons of those healthy trees going down. But as far as anything within the last hour here, feels like we've plateaued a little bit, but still got a handful of warnings, including that one that I presume is tornado possible. That southern one, is that what that new one is?
I'm sorry, say it again.
The southernmost severe thunderstorm warning. I know it's
tornado possible.
That's what I figured. So,
yep.
Watching out for something like that, but nothing super new here. These storms have been pretty standard severe weather caliber storms in the last half hour to hour here. Other than that, nothing too crazy compared to what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
See if we can get you and Effingham.
All right. I'm gonna see. Do you still have a Jacob's TVU?
Let
Put
me
that in.
Feed him in 6 here.
6.
Let me find him. He is number 10. There he is. He is up.
All right, I want to bring Jacob in. Jacob, can you still hear us? Are you still there, bud? Jacob. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Okay. All right,
Can you
Jacob,
guys hear
go
me
ahead. Give us
just
a
fine?
report. What do you got down there?
Hey, yeah, so I'm going to make sure you can hear me first and that things are on. That's on. So I think you can hear me good. I'm in Metro now. We had a little bit of tree damage out there and some power outages, power lines down here with that first little gust of wind that came on through. The next wave is kind of coming in behind us here. I think I'm going to probably start to smooth north a little bit more and kind of ramp up things down here. It's got that tornado possible tag on that Effingham County storm. The northern part of the county maybe sticks out to me in interest, but I would not get down there, and it's pretty quick move in there. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it here, but you know, it's been quite a 36 hours around here in central Illinois, and a lot of damage, a lot of cleanup, a lot of stuff happening, but kind of on the tail end of things, at least, I think, here. So maybe that's a positive development, but still got some chance for some wind and maybe a brief tornado somewhere. We'll keep an eye on that, but I think we're going to start to wind things down in the storm tracker and make our way back north. Most of the worst damage to me does seem like it was up north in that Champaign, Vermilion, Iroquois, Ford County areas, and those storms coming through, minus those tornadoes that happened just to the north and west of there. So that's what we got live in the storm tracker. That's my update. I'll send it back to you.
Hey, I do have a question. Did you hear much of what have you
Sure.
heard much up in say Iroquois County as far as damage reports?
Yeah, so trying to remember here. There's been so much, and I'm trying to remember everything in my mind. I think there's some trees down in Watsika that I heard. I had a few mentions of southeast of Wellington. I think that was the Hoopston storm. There's kind of southeast of Wellington, east of Hoopston, a farm that had heavy damage, and I think that was probably going to be from that tornado. I'm trying to think. I got a lot of video funnel clouds early on, and just kind of, I'll be honest, nothing sticks out to me. If somebody's watching, maybe they can throw it in the comments. Hey, we got this going on. But trees and power lines hit and miss there across the area is what I've heard. I know Paxton has a lot of power lines down. It seems like there's a progression or a line of that wind just picked on up and swept on through. So I know a lot of those areas all seeing a lot of the same stuff. So that's what I know, Kevin.
All right. Appreciate the update there, Jacob. Hanging it down there into parts of Coles County. Again, that storm that is in Effingham County currently is what is known as the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning down there. Let me see. I'll pull it up here and you'll see it kind of jump on the screen. Tornado possible. You'll see that there. The other severe thunderstorm warning has got 70-mile-an-hour wind potential associated with it. But the one down here in Effingham County is the tornado possible. Champaign, Vermilion? Just issue a warning down here? So Champaign, Vermilion, to take into account kind of that northern edge of that little complex of strong there just still seems to be some strong winds there. Georgetown, Ridge Farm, Paris. Man, there are wires down everywhere. Everywhere. Those power outage numbers are going to be quite impressive.
Yeah, we've gained a couple of counties back a little bit, but there's a lot that have joined that 1,000 plus range. So we've maybe don't have as many of those 10,000 outage counties, but we've just got just about everyone's lost close to 500 to 1,000. So that is stacking up. We've almost got 300,000 across the state of Illinois right now. 297,000 total.
Wow.
It's just crazy what these wind-driven events can end up doing on such a widespread scale.
And I often preach about how these events are worse than tornadoes sometimes. I mean, for us here, where we typically see the EF0 tornado that takes out the barn, maybe it hits, a house. We get way more of those EF0s, EF1s. When you get the wind damage threat, I mean, this thing hit, 200,000 people, and we have that many in power outages. So, yeah, these wind events, while, all the publicity and fame, for lack of a better term, goes towards the tornadoes. And people think about that and get, worried about that, and for good reason. But these wind damage things are almost more of an inconvenience sometimes than tornadoes. So, now, obviously, tornadoes of the strength that we had up near Streeter, that thing probably, those pictures we saw from some of those tornadoes, that might be EF2, EF3 strength tornadoes. So those do a lot more damage. But 9 out of our 10 tornadoes here are like EF0 and EF1s. So
got those outage numbers here. Let me pop them up real quick. Okay, we'll do
a bunch of people saying power out Mattoon, power out Mattoon, power out southwest side of Mattoon.
There we go. So again, we're close to 300,000 without power across the state. It's Champaign, Sangamon, and Vermilion counties now are the ones with 10,000 or more outages. But anywhere you see that purple circle, that is at least 1,000. And a lot of places lean closer to 2,000 or 3,000. So the northern half of the area, Menard County is the only one that's got less than a few hundred. I mean, everyone just took a whack from that northern end of the storms, including over there in Indiana. I'm sure you've noticed, Kevin, there's tons of warnings that have gone on out there. Four out of our 5 western Indiana counties have 1,000 outages there within their borders as well. So a lot of wind energy that is still continuing on. Most of the nights, the southern counties had a lot of green on this map. That is now given way to more of that red and yellow. So this will be the most impactful thing for a lot of people tonight as they head to bed without any electricity, and kind of hope that we can get that restored here. But with storms out there still, it may take a little bit of time for everything to completely come back on the grid there. I will say this, though, even though things have been pretty rough yesterday and today, tomorrow we're probably going to ditch the humidity as this system passes through. We've got sunshine and 82 in the forecast. So there's probably some cleanup, plenty of cleanup that needs done. But it doesn't sound like too bad of a day to get it done tomorrow in some warm weather that's not kind of feeling like it's attacking us there with the humidity. So a nice day in store for your Friday as you wrap up the week. But again, lots of stuff to probably clean up. And the sun, when it rises tomorrow, will probably show us a handful of things that we couldn't see tonight, especially with all the power lines out. But yeah, there's your outage numbers again. We're sitting at close to 300,000 across the state without power. At least 3 of our own central Illinois counties that are seeing 10,000 or more without power. Leading the way is Sangamon County with 14,500. Vermilion County right behind with 13,000. And Champaign just a little more than 10,000. So plenty of damage done. I will say, though, yes, we got the widespread wind damage, but the pictures of those tornadoes up north, those were just
wild
beasts of tornadoes. And we are very glad we did not take much of a hit with that at all.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure, because, man, those were huge tornadoes up there. Those are not the EF0s and EF1s. Those will turn out being 2s or 3s probably. So, gosh, I'm just getting alert after alert after alert of wires down,
getting bombarded
in Vermilion and Champaign County. And look, the storms are, out of Champaign County, but maybe they're still just kind of finding some of them or getting to some of them. Again, the storm is pretty strong down here in Mattoon right now. Why don't we take a glance at our weather camera down there? See what we've got. Probably won't be able to see much because it's coming down so hard. Oh,
that is very dark. There's a lot of power out in Mattoon. The street lights aren't even on. They are. But the dealership has no lights, and that's like the whole west end of town that doesn't have power.
Look at that. Yeah. I'm surprised that stoplight has power. But
not on the emergency power.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's actually really dark. Look at that.
That's
obviously usually lit up way more.
And it's not like
that stoplight is still going there.
And it's not like Mattoon got hit by the worst storm of the day either.
I think they just got some really good winds there. But look at that. As I pan around.
Yeah. Again, this is where Lakeland Boulevard and Charleston Avenue meet.
West side of town there. So now I pan a little bit more to the north. So it looks like power there and kind of in the downtown area. Looks a little bit better. But yeah, as I pan, this pans back across. That's looking northwest. And then look at that from kind of the northwest side of town, west side of town, southwest side of town. So we're seeing a little bit there.
It's just creepy looking out there to the west.
Definitely looking to the west there, just how dark it is. Again, that power, maybe that street light there is on some kind of like a battery backup or something where it'll work for a while.
Because there should be another light, I think, west of that one.
Yeah, correct.
Probably doesn't have.
I don't know what this light is here. Is that a car? Yeah, that's a car there.
But there should be another traffic light there, which doesn't even look like it has emergency power, if I'm remembering the layout correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, wow, look at that. It is confirmation that people saying power's out. Yep. Confirmed.
You are right.
So dark on the west side of town and southwest side of town.
We're pretty lucky to have a camera running still.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of shocked
the way it looks.
So that's where Jacob was. But yeah, it is eerie to see just how dark it is there. That is something.
I don't know if I've seen that so well illustrated on one of these cameras before.
No doubt. But almost like, kind of the south and west side of town.
I'm going to run back. Well, if I can. I don't know if it'll let me go back that far. Look and see the velocity as it came into town. See if we can notice a big difference in which part got hit. Yeah, it kind of was the south end of town that got some of those stronger velocities. So maybe it adds up. It makes total sense.
And that was just with this recent push?
Yeah, this was within the last 15 minutes, it looks like.
Wow.
Maybe it was, no, because I remember during the 9, I showed Mattoon, and they had plenty of power. There's a little thing that moved through around 9 o'clock, too, with probably the strongest winds they saw. But then again, around 9:35-ish.
It looks like just about, see that little...
Yep.
That little... Yeah, there was like a little extra push of wind that maybe just kind of came through there.
Interesting.
About 9:38, 9:39. Somebody saying there was a big substation there, so there's still some strong winds. So that might be coming into Charleston here before too long. Jacob's over there, he said.
There you go.
Jacob,
he's on the prowl.
Oh yeah, so he saw some power flashes. So he's. That was earlier. That was with that first little push. But all right, Jacob, you're going to have some winds right on your tail. I mean, like right on your tail here. Let's see. I'm trying to pull him up. Hold on here. All right. I mean, it should just be starting to pick up here. Yeah, like that's what came through Mattoon, and so it must have got a substation. But it's actually increased even more since it came through.
Yeah,
Mattoon a little bit there. So the Loxa. Learn a Loxa. So you're on that famous stretch of road on Highway 16 where you almost got hit by a deer there. Yeah. Man, I got to tell you, the winds.
Yeah. I mean, Charleston's going to get whacked now, too.
Yeah.
It looks like. And it's a shame that I think we lost our camera from yesterday's
I know
storms.
our Charleston camera's down right now. But Jacob's there, and he'll give us. All right, he's just going to hang out. Jacob is there in Charleston. Those winds are going to be right on your tail, right behind you. Maybe you want
I'll get to past EIU and turn around.
So you might want to maybe just on the north. You may want to peel just north there on 130. I don't know. Just barely. It seems like it might be kind of going slightly. Yeah. I mean, that thing might come right into downtown Charleston. I mean, there's some strong winds on that. Get maybe near some trees or something. Old gas station there, the old Hucks. Be curious to see what that wind is like, because on radar it's pretty impressive.
Do you want me to turn around and go back west, or do you want me to cut north towards downtown?
I would probably cut just a little bit north towards downtown, because again, the latest radar, it's going to be behind by a couple minutes, so it's probably going to be on top of you here very shortly. But I mean, definitely some stronger winds in there.
Yeah, I'm going to turn north on 130 now. I think it's here.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Yep, you look at those. Oh, yeah. There you go. I think the strongest is still barely just west of you. I'd probably just let it kind of come at you there.
I am just slowly pushing north. Is my audio on in the feed?
You
or
are.
Am I just in
Yeah,
here?
you are. You're here. You're talking to our folks.
Oh, okay. They can hear me then?
Yep, they can hear you.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah. All right, so he's just peeling north there. And that little pocket of stronger winds, I probably wouldn't go too terribly far north, but
I'm going to turn back into downtown here to the left in a little bit. All right, taking a drive back to the left, aka west, and gonna go towards downtown.
yep. Okay. It ought to be getting really close to
Driving
you.
into it.
I say, yeah, you're gonna be head on into that. I'll be just ramping up.
I'm right by Caliber Collision, so if something hits the car, I'll just pull in.
Well, how about the Christmas lights on the right? All right.
That's pretty neat looking.
All right, it's pretty much there. That some of the signatures they're still okay, but it was a little bit stronger just to the west there. But it should be coming on top of you as we speak.
This who's doing the 10? Are you doing the 10, Kevin?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do a live report at all for you?
Yep.
All right, I'll be here.
What do we got? All right, folks, we'll be back to here in just a second. We're getting ready for the 10 o'clock newscast. All right, folks, I was trying to get you the feed there from our newscast here, so we'll just kind of switch back to our coverage up here in the studio, or up in our WCA3 Plus studio. So talk to engineering about some about that audio, trying to get that. So we're just going to hang back here with you here tonight and track the storms that still rolling through. Boy, we showed you that camera there in Mattoon and Charleston, and it looks like Jacob also is on some activity there. You can see that in his shot. I think a lot of power outages down there in the Mattoon area here tonight. So there's Jacob's shot there. Probably some power lines down as he has been down there in the Mattoon area tonight. A lot of power outages. Pretty amazing the number of outages that we actually have rolling into us here. I mean, just thousands. See if I can't pull that graphic back up here. Stand by, folks. Outage. Right, so this is the newest update for outages. Take a look at the different counties here. So the dark red's going to be the worst. Vermilion, Champaign, more than 5,000 customers. Sangamon, McLean, but also Coles there. The purples are going to be next there. So Coles and Macon, DeWitt, Logan counties. Notice the greens. Not much has happened down in Effingham. Even the yellows, Clark, Cumberland, Shelby, Effingham. But boy, you can definitely tell where the storms came through, where all those little red and purple and dark red balls show the power outage numbers. Champaign, Sangamon, and Vermilion all with 10,000 plus. Wild. McLean too now, it looks like, maybe, or close. All right, let's bring it back to the radar. Some of you still watching on the live stream here. And let us know where you're tuned in from. Still pretty strong sell there. Kansas, Casey, Greenup. So from Redmond down to Grandview, Kansas. Yeah, you guys definitely have some wins. Let's just look at the velocities on this. Yep. Look at that. So basically, whenever you get kind of these kind of colors right through here. So Kansas, strong winds. This beige kind of color, strong winds. So that's happening right now. Let's see who else. So maybe another little pocket trying to come to Charleston, but kind of a widespread area here. Just moved through Ashmore, I'm guessing. Grandview, Paris, be on the lookout. Westfield just had some strong winds. Saw somebody said they were watching from Woodbury. There's Woodbury down there. There's Jewett. So somebody said they were watching from Jewett. Probably some green up people in the house. Some people asking if Jacob is getting arrested. It is a possibility. We'll keep you up to date. Send your bail money to Venmo at Kevin Lighty. This is what's left of the storms. Here's what I will tell folks that may be wondering. Danville, I'm just going to shout out a bunch of towns where you can go to bed. Gibson City, Watsika, Hoopston, Danville. We'll even give you Georgetown, Camargo, Tuscola, Arcola, Sullivan, Monticello, Clinton, Decatur, Taylorville, Springfield, Cerro Gordo, B-Mint. You guys are all good here tonight. We're basically just looking at kind of the southern third of our viewing area. Parts of Fayette, Effingham, Cumberland, still parts of Coles, Edgar, Clark County. That's it. But yeah, still, I mean, there's still some pockets, some pretty strong winds down here on our storm. And right there over Kansas. Probably heading the Chrisman area too. Close to Chrisman, but yeah, I think our strongest stuff is right there. Grandview. Make sure some of you that have been watching our streams here tonight, you really help us out if you like and follow our pages here, whether it's our news page or all the individual meteorologist pages. Helps us out a lot. And it also helps you to be notified of whenever we do go live and do warnings. So whatever page you're on right now, give it a like. Yeah, you guys are getting quite a bit of rain here. Let me see if I can do, I'm not sure if this will work or not. Bear with me. 48-hour rain totals. I don't know if this is going to show up or not. It may take a second for it to populate. Okay. And again, this may not be fully updated, but this is 40. Wow. So 48-hour rain totals. Look at that. Obviously, Springfield, they had a ton of rain yesterday. Now you're saying there's some flooding happening there in Charleston. I mean, it's more because of all of the rain you've seen. It's kind of come here in the last couple of hours, right? You know, so that's why you're seeing some of that urban street flooding. While you're only seeing what, inch and a half maybe there, but it's come down in a short amount of time, as opposed to some areas here. This is combined from the past couple of days when we've had storms and rain. But you can just see just look how big of an area. Northern Illinois, so anywhere in that pink color, that's about 3 inches of rain. There's Champaign County, kind of interesting. Depending upon where you were, an inch, but maybe 2.5 inches in other areas. Definitely some of the heaviest stuff up here to the north. So that was, again, 48-hour rainfall totals. Again, if you're watching in Rantoul, go to bed. Gibson City, Paxton, go to bed. Danville, go to bed. Go get some dinner for me. Taylorville, you're good. Moequa, Shelbyville, Sullivan, Hammond, all good. We're just watching Toledo, Greenup, Woodbury, Casey, Martinsville, Paris. And yeah, man, I think I'm pretty sure it feels pretty good in a lot of areas. I think that the humidity's starting to come down a little bit. I don't know if I've got my temperature graphics in here. Let me see if I can pull anything up. Stand by. Stand by. Dew points. Let's see what these look like. I haven't looked at these in a bit. Okay. Oh, no, that's low temperatures. That is not dew point. These are dew points. Here we go. Okay, so they've come down a little bit. We're still in the mid 60s, but it feels better. 65 Decatur. And these were in the 70s, mid 70s earlier today. So, yeah, it definitely feels a little bit better there in terms of the dew point feeling. Let's look at temperatures now. 69 Champaign, Decatur, 68 Mattoon. Definitely feeling a little bit better outside than just how sticky and muggy it was earlier today. I see Jacob up there, but again, kind of got some audio issues up here. But I think he's actually on the air right now. I wish I could show you guys. Here, I'm gonna try to pull this up again. I don't know if people could hear him or not. Hold on.
More, it's be a long night and a long number of days of cleanups for different areas. So that's what we got here in the Coast County area. I'm in the storm tracker in Charleston. Meteorologist Jacob Dickey, back to you.
All right, sounds good, Jacob. Thank you for all the live reports here throughout the evening. We appreciate that. Also, we've got some photos to show you some of the damage here that we've seen throughout the evening. This was in Urbana, this is the intersection of Nevada and McCullough. You're going to notice a lot of tree damage here in these photos. They had a lot of healthy-looking trees that got taken down. So again, that was in Urbana. Our next one will take us to Monticello. You can see yet another damaged tree here with all the strong winds that surge through the area. And we've got a tree down in Clinton here on this next one. And again, just trees everywhere. Trees that are not small ones here whatsoever, including this one in Champaign. This was near Centennial. Kind of landed on a porch there, caused some damage to the structure. And also some down power lines, leading to a lot of outages here. This one is over in DeWitt County and over there in Thomasboro. There's a down tree, also been shredded up quite a bit. So these winds, they mean business. And that's why we tell people these damaging wind events can sometimes bring impacts to everybody. Whereas the tornado events can bring some significant impact to a small location. This is kind of what you can see with those wind events sometimes. Again, there's a look at your radar here across the area. And I'll just make sure that we've got the Max 1 graphics in here as we go through our forecast here for the rest of the night, which is going to maybe offer a few more showers and storms here. But other than that, we're going to kind of wrap things up here within the next hour or so. Just keep an eye down there closer to I-70 where some of the action may hold together just a little bit longer. So about your weekend forecast, tomorrow looks awesome. You'll see that here on the 7 in just a moment. But watch out kind of late Saturday into Sunday because, well, you guessed it, another risk for some severe weather. Got that slight risk closer to the I-55 region. This is mainly the result of what looks to be another thunderstorm complex moving through. May not catch all of us, but Future Track is showing it starting to perhaps enter the area a little more squarely. So we'll keep an eye on things again on Saturday. The severe weather activity has ramped up again here lately. But like we said earlier in the night, Kelly, look at tomorrow. 82, sunny. The humidity will probably be a lot lower. There's lots to clean up, but couldn't ask for much nicer of a day here after the last couple of nights.
We've earned it.
Right? We deserve it for sure. Even if there's a little more coming down the road, we'll take what we can get.
Well, from all of us here at the station and all of our friends watching, to you and Seth, you and Adam and Kevin and Jacob, thank you.
Absolutely. Yep. That's what we're here to do.
Alrighty. All right, listen to this one. You'll like this. Soccer fans united today at the campus of U of I. See how they're enjoying this year's World Cup. And a downtown area in Douglas County is prepping for our nation's birthday. The artist bringing all the magic of the nation's 250th to Tuscola next.
Okay, folks, I don't know if you were able to hear that or not. I'm trying kind of some backwards ways trying to get that to work again. We're still kind of trying to figure out this whole thing where we kind of bounce up and back and forth to be able to at least bring you some coverage here. But maybe you guys heard a little bit of that, possibly. Back on our storms that we're tracking to Edgar and Clark counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Jasper, Newton County there as well. We're actually starting to see kind of the back edge of this push through. Just some good news. A lot of people without power tonight and could be through tomorrow. At least it is going to be a much cooler day. Lower humidity. (10:20 p.m. here on your Thursday night. Thanks to so many of you here. Tune in here with us. We try to juggle a lot of things here, folks, you know, with the whole weather team. I mean, Adam was in here. At 3 o'clock this morning doing the morning show, and he was still in here, 8:30 tonight. Jacob's been on the storm tracker the past 2 days. I was here until 3 o'clock in the morning last night doing streaming with you. Got a really dedicated weather team here. And of course, Seth has been in here with us all day. Appreciate all of you guys' support. Again, we are seeing kind of the last kind of gasp of storms moving through parts of our viewing area here tonight. Again, not much happening. Listen, I'm going to draw a line here, and it's going to be kind of a loose. If you live anywhere above this line, anywhere above it, above the line, go to bed. Below the line, we're still kind of hanging out here. And I'll even draw it all the way. No, I kind of messed it up. Let me redraw the line. Let's do it one more time. Boop, 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 boop. You live above the line, go to bed. Or go do something else. I don't know. We're just looking at these areas here. We're going to say Effingham County. Still watching Jasper, Newton, a little bit there, Cumberland, Eastern Cumberland, parts of Edgar and Clark. That's it. The rest of you are good for the rest of the night. No problems, no issues. A lot of lightning on the storm, so you probably had some areas where winds caused the damage, and then maybe some areas where it was lightning. Lightning induced, storm damage from power lines hitting a tree or a power line or a substation or something along those lines. I'll show you Jacob's shot again. Looks like he's over there probably where some power lines are down in Mattoon. Pretty dark over there tonight, folks. All right, 10:25 p.m. here, still watching our storms. Again, yeah, most of you are going to be in the clear. These storms starting to race off here to the east. Love to see it. We'll still just kind of keep a close eye on Effingham County. This last little wave kind of moves through. Southeastern portion of Cumberland County, storms starting to exit. Moonshine, look out there. Goodeberger, Clark County, Marshall, storming pretty good. Just came through Paris. Things are definitely calming down in Chrisman and Georgetown now. And if you don't like the coverage, click the X button. Man, I tell you, sometimes it is something else, some people on here. We've been doing coverage here since about 6 o'clock, during the 6 o'clock newscast here this evening. Pretty much seeing the same thing, same storms moving across, wind damage. You know, we've had power lines, trees. We haven't had a tornado warning in, 2 hours or so? So just severe thunderstorm warnings with that potential to winds. But again, it's moving out of our area now. We're about done. Just clipping. So I think Effingham County is going to get this little batch here. You see the stuff coming out of Fayette County? I think that's going to come into Effingham. And so we'll watch you guys. Might have some strong winds there that come into Effingham here before too long. There's KZ. Let's just look at the velocities here, see if we can find any winds. Paris, yeah, I bet you Paris has got some winds there. Who's watching us over in Paris? Did you guys have some good winds kind of come through over there? Storms just on the far southeastern corner of our viewing area here, about to move out. But again, I think this stuff coming out of Fayette County. Let's see here, coming into Effingham County may have some winds. Definitely a lot of lightning, and probably, obviously all that heavy rain. Look at all those lightning strikes, just a ton of lightning. Yes, the severe weather threat is over for Champaign. I drew a line. Everyone, come back to your phones. Come back to your iPads. Come here quick. I'm going to say this again one more time. You live north of the line that I just drew, or above the line there. You're good. You can go to sleep or go do something else and not worry about the weather because you're done. You're done, you're done, you're done, you're done. No more severe weather. So yes, Champaign is done. Gibson City, done. Above the line. And hopefully you know where you live. Actually, I find it really interesting the amount of people that look at the maps don't know where they live or don't know what county they live in. It's actually kind of scary. So yes, if you live above the line that I just drew, and hopefully you know where you live and what county you live in, you're good. I think this stuff coming out of Fayette County is going to head into Effingham County. So you guys are still going to have some stuff. Still talking about, parts of Cumberland County there. Going to watch a little complex going to come across, but I'm going to say, Coles County, you're probably okay as that stuff stays just south of you. No, Donna, I don't need sleep. I just, you have to, you ever, any of you had kids and you had to like repeat yourself to them several times? But thanks for saying you think I need sleep. Well, there you go, guys. Still just looking at two areas there. Again, for our purposes here, for the area that we cover. So again, we cover kind of the counties that you see outlined there. This just hitting a sliver of southeastern Edgar County and Clark County here. Clark County technically is actually in the Terre Haute market, but we kind of bleed over. Again, I think this next little complex that we're gonna have to watch is kind of coming into Effingham County because it might get a little stormy there. There's Altamont, Watson, and then Seth Bonhoff territory down there. Again, our Mattoon camera. Let's show you that. Let's go back to that. Pretty dark there on the south side of town, southwest side of town. Usually we'd have way more lights there, but it is pretty dark. So your thunderstorm warnings continue. We're going to wrap up the newscast. So I'm going to pop back downstairs. And we'll see what else we can give you here with Seth and Jacob. So stand by, and we'll be back with you here in just a second. Still back with you here again on the live stream. What Jacob's shot there when he was on there? What was he?
Just not looking at.
Well, no, when he was on with you at 10:15,
So
where the
he was looking at. I was a little flustered because I had the Storm Tracker cam up, but I didn't adjust it here in the switcher, so it was your stream thing. I'm like, well, shoot, there went that, because you know how you have to punch it in a different way on here. But he was looking at some sort of. Wish I paid more attention because I was trying to figure out how to fix everything.
Well, is he still with us? I don't know.
Yeah, he had emergency vehicles that were looking at
Okay.
something, but I can't remember what exactly it was, to be honest.
Okay.
Again, I saw that come up. I'm like, well, crap. There went.
It's okay.
Darn.
All right. Well, I don't see his audio popping up, and I don't have him in my ear anymore.
No, I don't see his audio on
Yeah,
mine
if he's
either.
even working. I saw his shot. I couldn't get his audio upstairs.
Oh, really?
And in the air, because I try to even take air, and so got a few things we got to figure out up there. But yeah, look out, Effingham County.
Yeah, they're gonna get the next bit, the last bit, possibly.
The last bit. I think that's the last, even though it's not warned.
No,
Actually, yeah, the only warning is the stuff down here north of Robinson.
Robinson always gets a little something before it all moves
They get
out.
that last little bit each time. We don't need lights. We can kill the lights. All right.
I think they're about to do morning sports, so
Oh,
we'll have
are
to
they?
kill the mics for a
Not
second.
bad. Not about that morning sports thing they got to do. Kind of the last little bit of our storms moving through. So we got the live view there, seeing the lightning flashing across the sky. Looking there towards south and west kind of part of town. Seth Bonehoff territory.
That's right. You're looking right in the middle of the screen. That's the Speedway gas price sign.
The Speedway right there. It stands about as tall as the cross.
It does. Both monuments of Effingham.
Uh-huh. Can't miss them. All right, so we'll continue to watch the camera there. And look at that.
Almost done.
Almost done.
How'd we fare rainfall wise? Did we ever look at anything like that?
I actually did look at that. Well, this is a 48-hour total.
Oh, okay.
And kind of interesting because you take into account the stuff from last night and today.
Oh, wow.
So kind of that Springfield area that got hit hard last night, but then you had that northern area that kind of got hit,
Right.
Twice. And so now kind of our southern area didn't get as much yesterday. And
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean,
so all of this has
Don't
just
recall
been
anything.
today, but it's fallen in a short amount of time. So inch and a half. But definitely the pockets of the heaviest here. See some of that purple. Those purples are going to be 4 inches.
and that's who needed it, was that spot up there. So
they got that there. And then, yeah, obviously Springfield where they had all those flash flood warnings still in effect. Then look at that. Look at those.
oh, the black.
Missouri.
That's 10.
10 inches.
Maybe even one that breaks the scale
Yeah,
there, a
breaks the
little
scale
white
there,
color.
yeah. So you can see where we've had the rain over the past 2 days. And so there you go.
I'm just watching.
Oh, there you go. So we're still watching this last little bit. It's our last storm that's coming into Effingham County. Torrential downpours, I'm going to guess, within that. When I look at the velocities, yeah.
A little wind
Switching.
action, but
Switch a little bit there, a little bit of wind might be in there. We'll come back over to our weather camera. Somebody saying their trees down, power poles next to my house snapped in half in Ashmore. Really starting to see the lightning pick up there in Effingham as that storm comes right in. Is that a warning?
just peeling back watches,
Peeling back watches. All right.
getting the maps all cleaned up.
We'll just watch the light show down here in Effingham now.
They've kind of not been involved in too much yesterday or today, like we said. Kind of
Yeah.
not a bad spot to be in to avoid severe weather, but they haven't seen too much here the last couple of days compared to everyone else.
And now the constant lightning that will ensue down here in Effingham. Watson
Don't forget Diedrich.
to Diedrich, of course. Edgewood and Mason.
Oh, there's a new warning for Effingham. So there you go.
Effingham County, there it is. Right on cue. Oh, that was a close lightning strike.
Looks like a simple
Simple
ho-hum
simple.
normal one.
Yeah, it's bad when we got ho-hum to the
Yeah.
Thursday morning, but
60 mile an hour gusts.
you had- 70 mile an hour and tornado possible, and
Just winds up being small potatoes
Yeah.
compared to it.
definitely. So there you go, Effingham. You guys now have that severe thunder. They just went ahead and just warned that whole county pretty
Yeah,
much.
it's
Said,
like, here you
what?
go.
We're just gonna fire this one off, and then we're gonna go grab a bite to eat. And,
Yeah, we'll circle back in about
Yeah.
20 minutes here.
so there's that storm coming right into Effingham. Oh, man, that's some close lightning. We always hope that we don't see the last frame of our camera there.
When it freezes up and
When-
after a lightning, that's one of the worst feelings to have.
Ooh, maybe a little uptick in the hail core right over
Ooh.
Effingham.
Haven't talked much about hail today.
Yeah. Again, here's what's so interesting too. If you look back, I'm going to come back to the radar. If you recall earlier today, when those severe storms with all those winds were coming through,
Mm-hmm.
the reflectivity looked nothing like this.
Correct. Yeah, this looks scarier.
That looks
than what
way
it did.
scarier, right? When you look at it from that standpoint, the reflectivity with that line looked like this. It was these greens and yellows when those strong winds were coming through. It's kind of wild.
Just kind of fools a few people into thinking, that doesn't
Yeah.
look so bad. But one of those weird occasions where, we use different parts of the radar for a reason, and the velocity one came in handy today because, it may not have dumped down a ton of rain here with some of these storms, but that doesn't mean they're not strong.
Yeah, it was interesting to have to just rely on the velocity.
Even the tornadoes today were pretty rain-free. It was just
Rain-free.
a weird setup compared to
Yep.
what we're used to. Now the Effingham camera's looking all rainy.
Can we even see it anymore?
Still got it. Looking over here at some outage numbers still. There's going to be a lot of people probably going to have to spend a night here without any power on. Still 297,000 across the state without it, and probably a good 30,000, maybe up to 50,000 at least here in central Illinois. So I'd say at least 50,000 based on some of these.
It is going to take me a day to go through my emails.
Between emails, Facebook messages.
A lot of really cool. I mean, a lot of pictures because people were snapping that shelf cloud, which was just wild. So we get a lot of those cool pictures here. But man, it's gonna be tough to kind of try to choose, which ones
make the cut,
to share or whatever, because there's going to be a lot of similar shelf looking. Like the shelf cloud usually looks the same no matter where you are,
right?
Kind of thing. But we'll have to look for some of the more nicely composed ones. Yeah. Derek here that works a reporter, works here. He's on the Amtrak train that was trying to go up to Chicago.
That's what Kelly said. Yeah, I saw that passed along. Couldn't do it.
Stopped at Gilman, I think they said, around Gilman.
Right, with all the clutter debris on the tracks.
Yep. Ooh, Iroquois County's number kind of shot up there.
Oh, yeah. They're almost 5,000 now.
Okay. Somebody said it's snowing here south of St. Elmo.
I saw that.
I'm not sure if that means hail, maybe. Do you have some hail, maybe, that came through?
Yeah, hope that's what that means.
Yeah, I mean, if it's snowing there, that'd be interesting. That'd be a fun trick.
Be pretty historic, too, considering what month they're in. Go make a snow angel. Well, maybe not right now, but. There's probably some folks sleeping nice and sound with this going on in the background tonight.
Yeah.
Nice rumbles of thunders and nice rain
coming down. Oh my, where is this thing? I just saw a tornado video. I thought it was from today, and it was not. It was an old one. I was like, wow, there's no way that just happened today. The last of our storms rolling through. All right, folks. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there for Effingham County. And that's kind of our last county. That's it.
Yep. Maybe Jasper County down the line.
Literally, you're the last town.
Yeah.
You'll be the last town, I think. Yeah. Diedrich.
Good old Diedrich.
Probably gonna get some. Might get some flooding there in Effingham if that kind of keeps.
Yeah, if that
coming
line
across.
moves the right way
Just
and
kinda
everything else
keeps,
behind
like,
it.
You know, you had that first little push right there, heavy, and then the secondary one there about to come through. Did you ever get anything to eat besides that pizza? Or?
No, me and Adam shared part of a Little Caesars pizza. I've been
That was about 3:00 though.
nibbling on corn chips over here. It's normally on severe weather nights, it's a bag of combos out of the break room.
Yeah,
So we're eating like kings tonight with pizza and corn chips. But it's the fuel that keeps us going.
Let's see what the old camera looks like in Effingham, see if it's still alive or not. And, oh,
Still kicking.
I can't imagine all of these first responders and linemen out there because I keep getting new notifications, and it hasn't stormed in Champaign in
Correct.
a few
How did they
hours.
keep getting these power lines down notifications at 11 o'clock?
753 South Mattis Avenue. Just got one. 753 South Mattis Avenue. Let's see where that's at. That's going to be at John and Mattis. All right. Yep. John and Mattis. They've probably just been bounced around from one to another to another.
Just a chain reaction at that point.
Boy, yeah, I'm just trying to think. I'm going back to many hours ago, but how about that power line just arcing across the street?
That was crazy because I'm scanning around. I'm like, all right,
And
time
you
to see if there's
saw
any
power
roof
flashes?
damage. And I saw that. I'm like, well, sometimes I see the blue emergency lights on campus, the help stations. I'm like, maybe that's what that is. But I zoom in, I'm like, that's a little too green to be one of those. And I'm like, that's a power line. That's just spitting out, sparking out. And yeah, that was, I don't think I've seen one of those on the Skycam before. That was quite something. And then the building across the road, we were in between two different spots here. Speaking of which, I'm just going to take a look and see what that building still looks like.
Oh,
here
yeah,
tonight.
sure.
May as well. Pivot it around here. Not sure if I think I can see it. Popping onto yours here. So there's the Huntington Tower, and kind of right there in the middle of the screen where it's got that one panel out. Doesn't look like anything significant, but still
you almost kind of wonder, like, what's it take to
correct?
have
peel
that
off
happen?
part of that. So yeah, that was part of the aftermath here. Again, the power line going crazy across the railroad tracks. Plenty of power lines down here. I'm just going to take a look. I'll zoom out here. I'm just going to take a look throughout different parts of town and see if we can see noticeable outages. Obviously, downtown looks good. Maybe north and west looks a little dark, but that might be trees. Just trying to see if we can get something that looked like Mattoon. I don't know if I've ever seen a more obvious case of outages
Power
somewhere.
out, yeah.
Well, it looks pretty good. Swinging around to the south here. Give everyone a headache and get dizzy. Nice lightning here in the background. I really can't notice anything specific.
Yeah.
Mattoon's still looking like they did earlier. Let's look.
I think so.
Yep. That's so strange. It's almost scary. Like you drive through that light and you just, I don't know, you're off on your own adventure. It's like the limits of town and nothing else exists beyond that.
All right. Seeing the last push of storms moving through. Oh, looks a little bit calmer there.
Yeah, kind of toned down. Rain still pretty good, but the winds are just kind of Trees aren't really moving that much.
who is actually still left here with us and watching? Curious to hear about that.
Got a handful that have commented here within the last couple of minutes. Donna says Matt Toon, Southside, still has no power. Jerry says power is on in Effingham. And that's it. We still got a handful hanging out here. These are the real loyal followers, the ones that stick it out to the end.
All the way to the end. And we are getting close to that end here, folks. All right, so we got here just a good old-fashioned thunderstorm with, heavy rainfall. Yeah, not really seeing too much of a wind component in there. Just looks just be some heavy rainfall, but calm down now in Edgar County. Paris, you're done. Again, those of you still tuned in here tonight, we are about through with our storms. Definitely feel for the people that are going to be without power all night. No AC.
Yep.
Might be opening up windows. I don't know. I mean,
good thing is with this behind now, a little bit of cooler air or less humid air is coming through. So hopefully that makes it a little easier. But
well, for anybody that didn't charge their phone today, because most people, and I'm bad at it too. Like I let my phone get down low a lot of times. So like if you were at work all day, you got it home at 6 o'clock, you're making dinner, phone's down, you usually plug it in before you go to bed. Well, phone's at 16%. Maybe you watched our live coverage on it, or you've been watching it or trying to get updates. I bet it's down if you don't have a charger and whatnot.
That's the thing too. Yeah, watching the stream, that'll kind of cook through the battery pretty quick.
If you're watching that'll drain it down. So if you're without power, you kind of have to choose, do I
got to ration your battery?
Ration your battery, yeah. Kind of crazy. It's always good to have one of them little power banks, I mean, they're cheap. You can get them for like $20-$30 these days. But you have to make sure that's charged.
Correct. You got to charge the charger.
Charge the charger. Where is the Effingham camera located? It's on top of the hospital there.
Yep. Right on top of the hospital and
St.
Anthony Hospital.
Anthony's.
Yep.
Yeah. St. Anthony's. The power line still being worked on by the Dollar General in Sullivan. Tell them to go work on the water problem. Hopefully these rains.
Hopefully we helped a little bit of that.
These rains the past 2 days should have helped them a little bit. I hope. Do we still have a Jacob camera, or is he gone?
No, he's been static here for about 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah. We stopped to get something to eat, or
must have. I don't remember what the last image was, but he's been off the grid for a minute. Hiding away.
All right. Let's play the fun game.
Guess how many lightning strikes are in this box?
Lightning strikes are in the box that I'm about to draw. Let me see here. All right. I'm gonna do almost the whole screen. So here we go.
I'm gonna guess before you release.
All right. For our release.
127.
It's a pretty good guess. I'm going to go a little bit more. I'm going to say 212.
Oh, man.
$2.99.
It doesn't feel like there's that many in there, but stack on top of each other. I was guessing negative strikes anyway.
There it is. All right. Let's do this now with our lightning. That's a lot of lightning. We're going to come back here. We're going to do only the lightning over the last 5 minutes. Actually, no, let's do 3 minutes.
Last 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is clearly 59.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close. Let's see. 67.
Oh, no.
67.
Someone's going to see that.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
I don't know. I don't know how many young kids we got watching.
What are the chances?
Oh, we got people in here guessing.
Probably don't have a lot of people that join in on the joke, but a lot of people that have maybe some PTSD from that number.
67.
Oof.
Somebody goes, is Jacob hiding at the Burger King?
Probably.
I don't know if they're open this late. He's probably at, where have I seen him get food? Have I seen him get from McDonald's or Taco Bell?
Taco Bell sounds fantastic this time.
Yeah.
It's like the midnight spot.
I'm debating if I go eat the rest of the little snacks that my wife packed for me or not. Oh boy, here we go. I got the
Courtney's 5-year-old daughter saw the number.
She said it. Courtney's 5-year-old daughter is up at 11 o'clock. Hey, no school night. It's fine.
That's true. No school for a while.
It's fine. Heather got it. Amanda got it. I have teens. Bryce, good thing the boys asleep or else we'd have been doing it. Ashley, luckily my teenagers are asleep. Well, for you lucky individuals that are still here with us tonight, congratulations. You've made it to the either loyal WCIA 3 Weather Team fan club, or you're just down in Effingham and you want to know what's going on. We say thank you. My 8-year-old nephew was screaming it. Oh, look at that.
Oh, no.
Man.
Oh, man. What have we done?
Positive and negative strikes. I talked about this several times. And to be honest with you, I don't know 100% how accurate the depiction is on when it shows the number, because the reason that I say that is because so there's positive and there's negative strikes, and I'm just going to show this for just as an example. Positive strikes are worse. They're stronger. They have more energy. They often cause the damage. They have way more voltage with them. Blah 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 blah. So positive is bad. But if you look at the research on it, they say that those only account for, say, only in 1 in every 10 strikes or 2 out of every 10. So 10 to 20% of lightning, while the rest is the negative strikes. But yet when I show you this number here, it's double the positive or double the negative, which it should be the other way around and even less. But so again, take it with a grain of salt when we talk, the computer basically is trying to decipher between negative and positive strikes. Normally you would have way more negative than positive, because again, the negative is, I mean, it's still lightning. You don't want to get hit by lightning, but if I had to get hit by lightning, I would want it to be from a negative strike and not a positive strike, because the positive strike has way more voltage, amperage to it. It'd still do a number on you if it was a negative strike, but yeah, those are the ones that you get the loud booms. And also the way I like to describe it is, if you ever see lightning and a negative strike, the lightning bolt's going to be kind of a thinner column of the bolt, and it kind of streaks out a little bit and has little fingers, kind of come off of it. The positive strikes are usually the very single one defined column of the lightning bolt that just comes down and doesn't have the little step leaders kind of off of it and whatnot, and it's the very defined column. Those are usually the positive ones, as opposed to kind of like seeing the little streaky ones across the sky. That probably made no sense. I'm rambling at 11:12.
Yeah,
but
made total sense to me.
Okay. But those positive ones just have way more amperage with them, and so yeah, it's got a little flurry of some lightning strikes there.
I like the if I had to get struck by lightning, I'd prefer negative.
I prefer negative lightning strike.
Oh my goodness, Kevin, you're it's just a negative.
Just negative strike. We're good.
Fine. We'll shake it off.
We're fine. Matter of fact, we actually, the data that we can get on a lightning strike, and let me see if I can do this or not, since we're just kind of hanging out here, but I'm pretty sure. Let me see here. Bear with me for a second. Oh yeah, I think. Let's see. Bear with me here. Lightning. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, here we go. I can give you the maximum amperage on the lightning.
Oh.
So let's look at that one there. That had a maximum amperage of
27.
27.
Very good.
That's pretty good.
Can we do better?
Let's see what this little pack is. 14. So
oh man,
wow, we may
find one
of the higher ones there. Well, I'm gonna do the whole thing, and it'll tell us what the max amperages of all of them. So then we'll see what we're looking for. 31. So there's so I did find a pretty high one there with the 27. So there's a 31 in there somewhere.
But which one is it?
I wouldn't even know.
Needle in the haystack.
Where to begin? Zoom in a little bit here. Let's see what these show.
42.
42.
That doesn't make any sense. How did we get that?
Hold on here. Or that could have been just a new lightning strike.
Oh yeah, Diedrich, I'm telling you,
it might be. It might be.
That's where all the fun happens.
Let's look. Let's come in and see. There are a bunch of lightning strikes that are happening there.
One over Wheeler too.
Let's just do these right there. Was that one of the 41s? Oh, 42. So yeah, I think it probably is those right over Wheeler there.
Go.
Wow. So 1 negative strike, 7 positive strikes. So a lot of powerful lightning over there. So hopefully the folks doing okay. There's your education on positive and negative light. See what happens when you ask a question like that. We just go down the rabbit hole.
This is your reward for still being here with us. We'll do just about anything. We'll even start juggling here. The storm's taking its time. I'll give it that.
I mean,
it's compared to everything else.
When are they going to issue the flash flood warning here? Yeah, I feel like that's coming. All right, folks. Still with you here.
Oh, that's a big warning south of us and into Jasper County now. Wow, that's an interesting shape. Way ahead of the storms.
That is all right. We're over this.
That is like 30 or it's like 30 miles ahead. Wow. Let me track something here. From that little part of the storm north of Salem, all the way to where it says Christie there on the map. It's a 55-mile difference. So someone's got 55 miles of heads up before the storm gets there.
Listen, Lincoln's had a long past couple of days.
They have.
All right? You know, again, they didn't even get to go out and survey the tornado damage from yesterday.
True. And
They've
it's going to
got-
make it messy for when they look at them tomorrow. It's like, which one was which?
Could be. Could be. That's very true.
I do not envy the headache that probably will be tomorrow.
Ashley says, my 2-year-old says the sky needs to stop rumbling so he can sleep. Did your 2-year-old say that, Ashley, or did you say that? Things calming down here, folks. We're winding things down. I don't see a whole lot. It's probably going to come out of this. Somebody said that Watson just got paged for a funnel cloud. I don't know that I buy it.
Oh, man.
Don't know that I buy it.
Let's
Don't know that I
let's
buy
not be doing that.
it.
Let's be done with that part of the night.
Don't know that I buy that. Here's your wide view of the storms. Hanging out there along that I-70 corridor. Okay. And Ashley says she had to piece it together, as anyone would with a 2-year-old. Seth would know.
I would. I've got one that's going to turn 17 months on Tuesday. Not putting full sentences together, but I would also piece it together.
Somebody said lightning and thunderstorms in Charleston right now. I don't know that I buy that.
Oh, there's
there-
lightning.
There was a lightning.
There's a tiny little blip.
Yeah, that was
Huh.
would have been an old lightning. But how weird is that?
Yeah.
That's a weird one.
Same up there in Paris, too. It's kind of away from everything.
Well, now I'm curious. What kind of lightning bolt was that?
What was its amperage?
22.
I was going to guess 22.
And a
But it's
negative. Interesting. A few other ones up here, too.
The new one in Paris.
So weird, right? Lightning is, again, I tell people all the time about lightning. I don't. 12.
Weak.
Weak. Some people all the time, again, the ones that go, you guys are crazy for chasing tornadoes. That's so dangerous. I'm like, no,
Nah.
the danger is the lightning.
You can tell where the tornado's
I can
going.
tell where the tornado's going, yeah. Except for tonight, ironically, when I was Ryan, who sent in the video, he goes, because again, there wasn't a warning out yet.
Mhm.
He's up there. That warning came out there once it got, east of there and right there at
Right.
Cunningham. But he goes, he's like, I wouldn't have been outside if I knew there was a tornado, but there was no warning. And of course, if you look at the
Right.
radar, you're like, that don't look too bad.
Right.
So he's out there and he goes, I think I just stood out in the middle of a tornado. It's like,
Unconsciously chilled outside while a tornado could have been taking place. A lot of people who will do the opposite, though, and they don't go outside and they see a tornado warning. They're like, what? I got to go see. Which is
yeah,
not recommended,
exactly.
but
the Midwest way. All right, somebody says, can you draw another line for where you can go to bed? Okay.
The go to bed line.
Here's the go to bed line. Or the circle. I'm just going to circle it. Because I know there's so many of you watching us over in Quincy. Lafayette. Here's your go to bed line. Is that clear enough for you, folks? Bed. Go to bed. You can go to bed, or you can just stay here with us, whatever. Literally just watching this last little bit. Dive through the southeastern portion of Effingham County that I got to spend some time in back in the month of March, I believe it was, right?
It was a good time, wasn't it? It's a good spot. You were in some extremely familiar territory because I remember you were at my grandpa's yard at one point.
Good old Eberly.
Yep.
What did you ever do down in Eberly?
What didn't I do in Eberly? Eberly rocks. There's lots to do in Eberly.
And again, I always want to say Winter Road.
Winter Road.
And Winter Road.
It's like a road in the winter. Don't know why it is that way, but it is. Mason, Edgewood, Watson. Someone's watching Hill Township.
Let's see what's left of our watch boxes here. Can't be
I think
much.
they canned the tornado watch, but the severe watch. Yeah.
Okay. So that's another way of kind of depicting that.
It's pretty much where your line was.
It is indeed.
Should have drew the circle and then had another tiny circle in Champaign somewhere for us.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. Right at 509 South Neal Street in Champaign.
Not allowed.
Oh, Gracie's watching in Edgewood. All right, Gracie.
Well, let's go.
We will tailor the coverage to you, although I believe that storm's going to be just
getting out of your
your
Is there a more appropriately named town in the area than Edgewood? It's on the edge.
I don't think so. That was my final water tower down in Effingham County when I finally went down there to get him. And a fun story about that, I tried to get the water tower in Mason. And
yes.
And the gentleman came out to me and he said, yeah, they tore that down about a year ago or something like that. What he said. There's not a water tower in Mason.
No Mason water tower.
No Mason water tower. But there used to be. He said they recently tore it down. So
wonder what the benefits of tearing down a water tower are. Oh, I don't know.
Is Kayla? Oh, Kayla's and we got a Mason and an Edgewood in the house. Kayla's watching here. Kayla's in Mason and who was it? Who was in Edgewood? And Gracie's in Edgewood. Yeah. Gracie and Kayla, do you know each other?
They have to. There's no way they don't.
You should become friends. You're both in the chat. You're just down.
Both clearly interested in weather.
Clearly interested in weather and wondering what's going on. Gracie and Kayla. Oh, we got a Watson now. And a Watson in here?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Jayla. Now we got Jayla and Gracie and Kayla. Look at you. Watson, just draw a line. Watson may send to Edgewood. Look at you guys.
The big three.
The big three. Got some Diedrich and
another
Wheeler.
Watson.
Two Watson. Courtney's and Watson too. I tell you, you guys should just all here in about 5 minutes when the worst of it gets out. Y'all just go get together, go get a bite to eat. I don't know.
Go to a Dollar General.
Yeah.
Get some.
Not sure what's open in Watson, Mason, and Edgewood here at this time. I don't know if there is anything. Maybe you just have to shoot up north to Effingham and maybe meet up at the Steak and Shake there. And
there you go.
Have a nice chili mac.
Sounds like Mike on a night.
Yeah. Charles said the wind blew his telescope over just north of Mason.
What's a telescope?
Or as he calls it, God's country.
Yeah.
Yeah, Newton and Jasper County, you guys are about to kind of see the worst of it there. Down there in the old Louisville area. There's Flora. Oskaloosa. There's Newton. There's nowhere open here, says Gracie. Well, like I said, Steak and Shake it is in Effingham. So it looks like things are calming down in Watson. A couple showers, maybe still a little heavier in Mason and Edgewood, but for our folks watching there, how about it? Never knew we had so many.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked myself.
Jayla says, I think the only thing open is a gas station in
Taco Bell.
I believe that says Taco Bell. I
Oh,
believe
yes.
she meant Taco Bell. Where is the old there's a Taco Bell? Mason, Watson, or Edgewood?
In Effingham, there is.
Oh, in Effingham. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of might be a little restaurant or two across one of those towns, but no chain restaurant. I don't think till you get to
little bar restaurant, maybe. A little pub.
A little something off the highway.
A little pub food, some chicken wings or something.
25-cent wings.
Come to Diederich. Roadrunner Refuel is open.
The new gas station. That's right. Diederich has 2 gas stations.
The new gas station. Tell me more.
I've only been in a couple times, but it is off Route 33, and it rocks. Get in there, get you a drink. They got a ton of pumps. The other gas station only has 4 spots you can fuel at, and this new one has, probably 16 or 20. Not there's anything wrong with the first gas station, but it is a little smaller. But yeah, we got 2 gas stations and a stoplight. Moving up in the world.
Careful now. You guys
got 3 restaurants in town. 4 if you count the ice cream place.
Making me very hungry.
Yeah. A little hungrier than what the corn chips can satisfy over here, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Folks, I'll give you probably the 5-minute warning here. We're probably
about ready to wave the white flag.
All right, wait. Listen, got to make sure Diederich gets through it okay.
That's right. Yep. Got to make sure mom and dad
and if
dad's still probably up watching us.
And if listen, we'll stay on past 5 minutes if somebody actually can prove that they are watching us from Winter Road.
No shot.
If you're watching us from Winter Road, well, you might stay on past 5 minutes, but you have to prove it.
If somebody, there's in between Diederich and Newton, there's a place called Liss that pops up on the map.
Between Diederich and where?
There's to the right of Wheeler.
Oh,
it says Liss.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure there are 3 houses in Liss. I don't know what it is. I think it's like a township thing, but there's like a grain elevator and like 3 houses, but it shows up on maps.
Liss is
so there's
that's an interesting. Is there another Liss in the entire country?
I don't think so. And
Liss?
It might be.
Did they forget a letter?
An acronym? I don't know. I don't know if Carrie said Liz is near me. I wonder if that is referring to Liz or if there's someone named by
Liz.
I don't know if there's someone in the chat named Liz or if it's supposed to. Oh, yeah. She knows what it is. It's like 2 houses. Yep. And grain bins.
Oh, is it Liz or is it supposed to be Liz?
I think it's Liz. I've always pronounced it Liz, but it's never been important. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's never been prominent enough to
tell you.
warrant discussion amongst
Wheeler and
my
Newton.
neighbors about it.
Liz, there we
go.
Yeah. All right. I was like,
so people are familiar with Liz.
Yeah, I mean, it lists. All right, there you go.
We're losing Ashley here.
Ashley's out. Little man's finally out. He's not shouting 6'7" no more.
Now, that was the one that couldn't go to bed because of the thunder, I think.
Yeah, I
if I've got
believe so.
my people.
I think so.
Oh, Charles brings up a good idea. There's only one oblong on
oblong,
the western edge of Crawford
Which
County.
is strange because, like, I don't know. I mean, oblong, you'd think maybe somebody,
Yeah,
let's call this
not
oblong.
that.
Now, there's also only one Moequa.
Yeah.
Moequa. But, yeah, oblong. All right, where's that at? See, oblong. Where am I at?
It's on the Jasper Crawford County line. There you go.
There we go. Oblong.
Weirdly enough, there is another Diedrich in the U.S. I think
Is there really?
I think it's in Idaho, but it's missing an E.
Okay.
The first E. So it's like Dietrich.
Okay, here's how about this little, this is what you learn at 11:32. Liss used to have a worm casting farm and a shrimp pond.
What? Did you look? Oh, no. Oh, we've got an actual person that knows.
Alicia?
A worm casting farm and a shrimp pond?
Alicia.
A shrimp pond?
I don't even know what a shrimp
Wow.
pond is. I must be honest with you.
Yeah. I don't know what a worm casting farm is either.
Yeah. I'm going to be Googling both of those terms here before too long. Try to figure out what they mean. Do we need to check on Jacob? Is he okay?
You know, his
It is
icon
odd
hasn't
to have
updated.
Not have heard from him for
Usually
a while.
he joins these conversations.
Yeah, it's right up his alley, and we have not heard from him.
He could be in a he could be in a ditch and we wouldn't know.
Well, I hope he didn't get out and try to touch a power line or something.
Hey, Chris Pritchett's still watching. Shout out Chris.
Chris,
He's always got good
Pritchett.
pictures.
Yeah.
Fellow suffering Cubs fan.
Takes all them sunset pictures, rainbows and stuff. Jacob's probably in Fancher. Once a year, they drain the pond and you could buy them. Castings for fertilizer.
What?
Learning so much here.
That is wild. I never knew there
That
was
just down the street from
anything
you.
that happened in Liss.
Liss was hopping. Okay.
I'm sorry, anyone who has lived in and around Liss. I underestimated you.
How about it? All right, last chance for Winter Road. Last chance for Winter Road. Folks, we've learned a lot here tonight. Why does severe weather make people hungry for Culver's?
I'm telling you what, I might head over. Well, I don't know if they're
not
still open. Yeah,
are they? No.
but I might get some for lunch
Well,
tomorrow.
Now I have to think back to 7 hours ago, but I believe during our 4 o'clock newscast, we talked about the Culver's in Wisconsin, the barn that got hit.
I am too much of a supporter of Culver's to bear the side of that. Never been to the barn, but
Man, I think Steak and Shake closes at midnight. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that. Yep, close at midnight. Boo.
darn.
Boy, it is really going to be Taco Bell or McDonald's. Isn't it?
Yep.
Ooh,
Just about has
Taco
to be.
Bell Club? What?
Taco Bell close at midnight? No way.
The one on North Neal does. Wow, I did not know that. Oh, man.
Highly disappointing, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Now what am I supposed to do?
Now what are we doing here? All right, for the unbelievable dedicated people that are still tuned in here with us, our duties are nearly complete here tonight as we show to you at this point the counties with warnings that are left. As we look at our whole viewing area, we cover all those counties that are kind of highlighted. Technically, Jasper Newton's Terre Haute, but we kind of help them out sometimes. But Effingham, definitely. That's the last little sliver there. It's probably about to go away here pretty soon as the worst of the storms move out of southeastern Effingham County. Folks, we are about ready to sign off here as our severe thunderstorms move out of our coverage area. And you'll have to go hang out with the people over in Indiana. Seth, any final words here on your stream? As it could be potentially your last severe weather stream.
Could be, yeah. No, I mean, it's always fun wrapping things up here just because, it's hard days work that's in the rearview mirror now. And it's going to be a nice day tomorrow. Enjoy it. Going to be nice and sunny, cooler. And that's pretty much it. If you're in Winter Road, have a good night.
Winter Road,
enjoy.
Have a good night. Thanks for not shouting out that you're still there.
Yeah, must be some shy people there in Winter Road.
I get to go do a weather on the road tomorrow in Arcola with the Raggedy Ann and Andy Festival.
Oh.
I didn't know if you know if that was a thing.
Sounds like a good time.
Raggedy Ann and Andy. They love the Raggedy Ann and Andy there. Allegedly, I might even have to be dressed up as Raggedy Andy. That could be a thing at 5 and 6 o'clock tomorrow. You might want to tune in.
I was going to say, I feel like I am. I was going to watch anyway because I'll be here. But if I were someone watching at home, I'd be like, oh, I know what I'm doing at 5.
That weather guy is nuts. Perfect.
Crazy guy talking to me at midnight last night's going to the Raggedy Ann.
Talking about lists and like worms and like,
shrimp ponds.
Fertilizer and shrimp ponds. And tell me about negative and positive lightning strikes, but
and amperage
and everything. It's just been crazy. So, okay, folks. Thank you for joining us here tonight. Hopefully everybody made it through the storm okay. I know some of you don't have power. Maybe you were just sitting here watching us to pass the time because you couldn't watch TV. And I don't know, entertaining you. Myself and Seth are going to go try to, get something to eat.
Yes.
And B, maybe send a text to Jacob to make sure he's not, in any trouble at all. Somebody said, is he in jail or is he getting arrested earlier when they saw him at the flashing lights? But we'll check in on him.
Yeah.
Make sure he's good. But
find out. We'll let you know tomorrow.
We're happy to be leaving before midnight. I was here last night till like 3 o'clock in the morning. So glad this line did stay on track with its timing and kind of cleared the area here. So that does it for all of us here. WCIA 3. Thanks for joining us with our severe weather coverage throughout the night. It has been a long past about 5 hours straight. We started on at about 6:40 or so, I think. Roughly
Seems right, yeah. 4 hours and 50 minutes.
And
that's how long we've been on.
So there you go. All right, guys. We will catch you guys later. Thanks for joining us, and we'll catch you on the next one. See you.